All right. I think we should start. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to ODI Global for this annual conference that is being co-organized by ODI Global, SOAS, the Center for Global Finance, and AERC, the African Economic Research Consortium. And the theme of the conference is a broad one. It's global finance amid geopolitical fragmentation, implications for emerging markets and developing economies. I say it's the third annual conference. It follows two previous ones. One was on shifting global economic and financial trends in 2023. And last year we had a conference on China-Africa relations. And the partners in crime working on this together are Professor Hong Bo, who is from SOAS, the Center for Global Finance, and also Victor Morinde, Professor Victor Morinde, who is from the AERC. And I'm also linked to the Center for Global Finance when Professor Victor Morinde made me a professor of practice at SOAS, University of London, Center for Global Finance. It's an interesting and broad topic. Why this topic? I think geopolitical fragmentation covers a wide range of areas. I mean, different people may say about different things, like the fallout from the Russia-Ukraine war, or the imposition of trade barriers for political reasons, such as the fallout between China and Africa, China and the US, or the sort of the new tariffs and new restrictions on investment for national security reasons. I'll just highlight two or three trends before I hand over to the other speakers in the introduction. If you look at sort of UNCTAD data, data by the IMF, by the World Bank, you do see shifts happening in global finance. So in FDI, for example, foreign direct investment, we do see a gradual fragmentation along geopolitical lines. So there's more concentration of FDI in geopolitical groupings and also in particular strategic sectors. So we do see that value chains are critical minerals and trade barriers are affecting not just trade, but also global finance. There's cross-border external positions have shifted as well, particularly after the global financial crisis, of course, and there's fewer capital flows going across borders, and partly, of course, there are many reasons, but partly it's also because capital account restrictions have increased. Portfolio flows are also not immune to geopolitical tensions. There are estimations that if the geopolitical tensions increase, and the IMF have some ways of doing this, of measuring this, that portfolio flows are substantially decreasing between these countries. And that's cause of concern for all of us. Currency use. There are also shifts there happening. The use of the renminbi in international trade is increasing. Maybe it's reflecting just a more important position in the world economy. And of course, the use of the dollar and the euro is still large and sort of stable. But there are things are happening. Of course, Russia being reallocating their foreign reserves in different currencies as well. In payment systems, we do see changes as well. There's for example, Chinese cross-border interbank payment system has expanded rapidly, and new sanctions have also led to shifts in patterns of currency invoicing in external trade of, for example, in Russia. But there are also other payment systems are on the rise in various regions, including also in Africa. Remittances are also affected by geopolitical tensions. For example, the cost of remittances and also the volumes of remittances have changed significantly to Central Europe and Asia, and in the face of financial sanctions. Then something that's also important for ODI, and Hans Peter will talk more on that later. I think aid flows are decreasing. There's a change there happening. Aid is now seen also increasingly in the context of own interest and security, and the emergence of bilateral lenders, bilateral donors have fragmented the creditor landscape and complicated sovereign debt restructuring efforts, for example, in Zambia or Sri Lanka. And it's also geopolitical tensions also make it increasingly difficult to agree and coordinate in multilateral fora. We do see, I think, and Hans-Peter may talk more on that also on multilateral development banks, that they are actually on the increase, and there may be some interesting regional initiatives that we can describe in the various sessions. And the question I think that we need to pose as well, particularly at ODI, is what do all these trends mean for the poorest countries and developing economies, emerging markets? 2 months ago, or a month and a half ago, we were here in the same room discussing geoeconomics, trade and development, a conference organized by my colleague Jody Keane. And there we were discussing particularly trade issues. I think now is the time also to think about finance issues. And we do that in the form of a range of different sessions. So we have research panels, we have policy panels, we have fireside chats, and we have keynotes on the finance in the new context. And I'm particularly interested in the keynote of Colin Buckley today, later the managing director of BAI. And I've been at ODI for 25 years, and I think you've been at CDC and BAI for some time, and we have seen rapid changes. But now there's a new context, and I'm interested to see how the new context will also affect development finance institutions like BAI. We will be discussing topics such as shifting capital flows, the role of bilateral and regional initiatives, mobilizing private finance for development, and the role of policy in a fragmented world. So how can the poorest countries navigate this new world? So I'm particularly pleased about today and tomorrow's conference, that we can discuss all of these issues. I'll stop here. I'm looking forward to the conference. Let me hand over to my two bosses. First, I'll hand over to my boss at SOAS, who is Professor Hong Bo, and then to Hans-Peter Lankers, who is Managing Director at ODI. Over to you, Hong Bo.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's really good to see so many friends here, and you are all welcome. My name is Hong Bo. I am AXA Chair in Global Finance and also the Director, Center for Global Finance at SOAS, University of London. So it's a great pleasure for me to work with Dirk and co-organize this conference. And this is much needed, timely topic that we can explore. And also, I think the conference, Dirk, you hosted this, you are hosting this, which provides us with the opportunity for us to enjoy the ODI's new building, office building and facilities. And I have never been here before today. So finally, I hope everybody enjoys the intellectual contents of the conference. And also, I hope you can make some new friends. And thank you very much for coming. And thank you.
Thank you, you very much. And in this triumvirate of what Dirk Willem calls bosses, but Dirk Willem has no bosses. Welcome from my side here on the part of ODI, in particular for our co-hosts, SOAS and AERC. It's great to work together in this way and to keep that tradition up and continue with it in the future. I also want to say welcome to our high-level speakers, to Colin, it's already mentioned, Colin Buckley from BII, and then tomorrow our keynote speaker, Tara Collier from Chemonics. I'll spin on a little bit, just because it's such an interesting topic from what Dirk Willem has said. Do we have geopolitical fragmentation? What is the impact on global finance? Do we have a crisis? Is this becoming a financial challenge? And so those topics that you will be discussing over these 2 days. We have this cutback in ODA, and it's from traditional sources, and it is quite extreme, and it causing has extreme consequences in many different places. So the cumulative impact over 2024 and 25 is estimated by the OECD somewhere in the order of 25% compared with ODA in 2023. There will be follow-up impacts in 26, 27 in various ways. So we can expect a cut of something in the order of 60, maybe $70 billion annually in ODA over that period. And it's shifting. And what we see there is a shift towards national-centered politics. It's not so much geopolitics as sort of a my country first approach to the to official development assistance that we're seeing. And there's a declared focus on interest-driven foreign engagement by quite a range of traditional donors, a shift towards geopolitical considerations, perhaps, certainly a shift towards supply chains and sort of an interest in linking aid to commercial considerations. What that will cause is a crisis in the finance for social development, because ODA has been disproportionately directed towards areas such as emergency assistance, such as health, and those are areas that are not going to attract commercial funding in the same way as some others. At the same time, we see multilateral development finance growing fast. Dirk Willem mentioned it. In fact, we had a report in September that went to the G20 that made an assessment of how much lending capacity in the multilateral development banks was created by measures taken over the past 2-3 years. And that sums up to some $650 billion over 10 years. So we see roughly the same amount that's going to be cut in ODA has been added in lending capacity, non-concessional lending capacity mostly, by the multilateral development bank system. So it's not the same kind of money. But is that, how do geopolitics play into that? Well, I see them playing into it because the multilateral motor behind that push on the development banking system is beginning to stutter. So the question of whether there is global collective action behind development finance, that is being put in question. Private finance has not been flowing as we wished. In fact, if we look at 2015, before the Addis conference, and we look at today, it has significantly declined. So net private finance into developing countries, middle-income, low-income countries together has moved from somewhere around 700 billion to 1 trillion in the period 2010 to 2015 to net negative last year. And that's going to bump back up. It's got a lot to do with the US interest rates. So it will come back. But clearly, we're not seeing the billions to trillions dynamic that we had, the international community had put on its flag at that time. I don't think that's geopolitics as such. But again, there is an issue of lack of collective action. So for instance, if one wants to tackle global financial regulation, which is one key obstacle to greater flows, say, from institutional investors, from global banks, into development, into climate finance. Regulation is a major obstacle to that. Basel III, Solvency II, and the fact that those things aren't being tackled has to do with some geopolitical competition and considerations that are going on the side of the regulators. The cost of capital is high, except if you're Argentina, and there are many factors that flow into this, and there's a certain willingness to tackle that together, say in the G20. So one of the successes of the South African G20 has been to put the spotlight on that, to agree, to get agreement, including from what seems the more reluctant multilateral partners here, to an Africa engagement framework, which is meant to keep the spotlight on African cost of capital and access to capital over the coming years. So there is some positive willingness there to act collectively. And then in that context, the stress on debt which has clearly increased over the past few years, probably lessening slightly right now because interest rates are coming down, because the dollar has weakened. But there is a certain unwillingness to act there, despite the general agreement on a need for action, and geopolitical competition, particularly with China as a creditor, plays into this as well. So these various dimensions of the global, especially the global development finance agenda, I think geopolitics are crisscrossing them. From my perspective, what I see primarily is sort of a certain breakdown in collective action to tackle those issues. And what we need is a more strategic, evidence-based collective response in these particular areas. We need a search for common ground. We probably need to look for institutional solutions that rely on coalitions of the willing rather than using the established multilateral fora in order to be able to push those agendas forward. Now, just briefly on ODI Global, we are so very happy to be able to host this topic here. It fits very well into what we consider to be sort of a nexus of policy, research, and finance, in which ODI Global is trying to specialize. We have a fairly broad work program on these topics in various research verticals here at ODI, research on global capital flows, Dirk Willem and his team on local capital market development, on MDB reform, on debt solutions, on private finance and development, blended finance, climate finance, but also on geopolitics in China. And we are trying to connect these dots. And this conference is one place which is going to help us to develop this agenda and to connect those dots. Personally, I've been involved in work and advice for the G20 with colleagues here at ODI on climate finance and other topics. Several colleagues at ODI have backgrounds in international financial institutions, and we will be trying to bring that to bear on this research agenda. Now, I very much look forward to the keynote address that will follow here immediately, and which will provide us with a development finance institution perspective on this challenge. And I know Colin well, and I know that Colin is not afraid to make very clear points. He's not afraid of being controversial, and we really look forward to that, Colin. Let me note, I'm told that there will be a group photo now. Is that correct? And then Dirk Willem will hand it over to the moderator for the first keynote, to Professor Victor Morinda. So thank you very much and welcome. Really looking forward to an exciting agenda here.
I think the technology should be such that we do a group photo. Oh, you do the group photo. Okay. Very good. We don't have to move. All right. Thank you so much. Very quiet. Everyone's very quiet, which is good. So let me now hand over to Victor Morinda. Professor Victor Morinda has been a professor at the SOAS, but he's now the new director already for some time now, actually, over a year, at the African Economic Research Consortium, which is an excellent think tank connecting all the main economists in Africa, and many alumni who are ministers of finance and are in very important, influential positions. So it's wonderful that you've been able to come here. So let me hand it over to you for leading the keynote. Over to you. You can just use that.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll use this one. Thank you very much, Dirk. Let me, first of all, take the opportunity to acknowledge this combination of three institutions coming together to organize this conference with the ODI Global Think Change and with the Center for Global Finance at SOAS University of London, which is research that resonates with the policy and practice. And then with the ARC, which is a new ARC for new African development priorities. So this coming together of these three institutions is a great opportunity, and importantly to work with you, think with you, and address a very important topic of global finance amid geopolitical fragmentation. It is very timely. This is the conversation that should be taking place at this particular time. And we are absolutely delighted, very fortunate to have one person who's been on the front line of changes in global finance for quite some time, and to be able to be come here and address us and deliver a keynote. So let me invite Colin Blackley to join me here, and we start the discussion. Colin. Okay. So let me you say.
Sorry. Okay.
Colin summary. Yes. As I mentioned, Colin is very highly positioned to be able to speak about this financial fragmentation across the world, because he has lived through the experience of some of the global changes that led us to this position. He brings very rich experience over time on the front line of global finance, and having previously advised leading governments, for example, the Prime Minister of Georgia, on economic reconstruction after the 2008 conflict. Managed also the corporate governance, the projects for the IFC, his former employer, in the former Soviet Union, and even served as CEO of EDFI, representing 15 European DFIs. He started his career way back practicing law in the US and UK. Therefore, it's a global dimension of what happens around the world and in the law as well as in finance, advising on issues like cross-border transactions, including actually they mention against your name, the 1 billion internet transaction. So these activities give him about 360-degree view of capital flows around the world. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Colin Blackley to deliver his keynote.
So thank you very much for that kind introduction, Victor. I don't know who is responsible for the title of this conference, whether it's Dirk or Hans-Peter, but it is one of the most ambitious titles I've ever seen. And if you are asked to speak to this title, perhaps one of the most intimidating. But I have decided to embrace that ambition. And rather than taking some small piece of the pie, which would have made sense, in a move of almost certain folly, I'm going to try and digest the entire crisis. I'm going to try and paint in broad strokes what is happening today. Why is it happening? How should we navigate this? And what it means for the future. Now, I will draw heavily on development and on development finance in particular. I do that simply because that's the sector that I work in. That's the sector that I know. However, when I reread my talk, I was struck by the fact that if I was talking about trade or defense or foreign policy, most of this talk would remain unchanged. And that is one of the characteristics of this crisis, which we find ourselves in. And spoiler alert, I do think it's a crisis. So many accepted wisdoms are giving way all at once. Now, what I offer today is my opinion. It's not the opinion of the UK government. It's not the opinion of BII. To be clear, I don't believe that my views contradict those of government. It's simply that conditions are moving so rapidly that there isn't really a broad government position on this yet. And although a personal view, it reflects many conversations with people far wiser than me that I've had over the last year. One last note to disarm my critics. I will surely be wrong, both in how I describe the history of this moment and in my predictions about what will happen in the future. But I hope that I will at least be wrong in the right way, meaning that although I am confident of the drivers of what's happening today, I am less so of their relative importance. And although I think I recognize the themes of the future, frankly, I'm just guessing at how they will play out in practice. So let's start. What exactly is going on? Well, I think that what we are witnessing is really the collapse of the post-Cold War, or perhaps even the collapse of the post-World War II order. Now, to some that may sound extreme, but I really do believe this is no mere realignment. This is not an evolution of a model. It is a replacement. And as we look around, we see that collapse played out in redefined economic, defense, and cultural interests, in the rise of national interests that you spoke of, the rise of pluralism, in a retreat from Bretton Woods institutions. And in development finance, in development, we see this play out in the merger of DFID into the Foreign Office, the dismantling of the USAID, and then the merger into the State Department, the alignment of European DFIs with domestic business as reflected in the Global Gateway Initiative, the rise of Team Europe, the simultaneous repurposing of DFC as a US first institution, along with a dramatic increase in its funding. In the financing world surrounding development, we see similar fractures, the unmet promise of impact investing, banks abandoning climate commitments, the demise of ESG investing, and even then, slightly further afield, we can perhaps discern similar shifts in the decline of capital flows to developing countries, the strictures of Basel conventions, the departure of international banking from Africa. Everything is happening everywhere and all at once. And that is the property of a revolution, not an evolution. So then, if we find ourselves in the midst of a crisis, why did this happen? Or better yet, how did this happen? I mean, how did the world change so dramatically and so quickly? Now, it's surprisingly difficult to identify history when you're actually living through it. Especially identifying causes is tricky. The real drivers of change are often hidden, obscured by the immediate events that kind of command headlines in today's newspapers. Every schoolboy knows the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand caused the First World War, except it didn't really. I mean, the causes were actually nationalism and imperialism with a healthy dash of economics. So I spend time on this point because I want to convince you that whatever the causes of the collapse in these institutions, the collapse in development, they probably aren't what we think they are. They aren't politics and financial austerity. I mean, clearly, a lot of what is happening is the result of the actions of politicians that is informed somewhat by the economic crisis that we are in. But they are causes only in the elusive way that the bullet that entered Ferdinand's skull is the cause of the First World War. Trump and budget cuts aren't the real drivers of what's going on. Indeed, if we look closely, there are tells even now that these aren't the important causes. So when Trump dismantled USAID, the headlines in the major newspapers in the United States were more about the constitutionality of Doge's actions. They didn't speak that much about loss of aid. We spoke about it in the development community. And when UK governments merged DFID into FCDO and cut ODA, in part to fund the cost of combating migration, again, there wasn't a really broad outcry about development. These were the straws on an already distressed camel. For real causes, I suggest we have to look elsewhere. As I see it, support for development has been hollowed out over decades. Its institutions, its purpose, the fundamental narrative, hollowed out to the point that when it came under stress, it simply collapsed. And many of us, frankly, felt that hollowing out as it occurred. I mean, by 2025, development felt, a little bit of an anachronism. The language seemed from another time. We spoke of missions with consciously religious overtones. We categorized actors as donors and recipients and their relationship assistants. We engaged in institution building. We promoted the Washington Consensus. We wrote country plans based on central economic planning. We offered conditional loans, demanded long social plans of borrowers. We opted out of local legal requirements. Indeed, we made developing countries give us preferred creditor status, exempt us from taxes, exempt us from any liability whatsoever. I do feel that in 10 years, when we look back at this, we will cringe at how colonial development had come and how colonial some of those fundamental discourses were. So you might say it's not surprising that development collapsed when it did. The surprise is it took so long. To be clear, anachronism itself isn't fatal. There were other factors at work. Honestly, I don't know which will prove the most important over time, so in no particular order. Development was a victim of its success. Developing countries have taken enormous strides forward on virtually all metrics, economic, social, health, over the past 50 years. Today, when you visit Nairobi or Johannesburg or Mumbai, you see vibrant economies, thriving entrepreneurial spirit. From 2000 to 2010, growth in Europe was 2.2%. In sub-Saharan Africa, it was over 5%. Many of the MDGs were achieved in 2015, including those related to poverty, to education, to child mortality, to safe water. There was a justified sense of achievement, but at the same time, there was an implicit question, which is, if the MDGs have been reached, why continue the effort? And why at ever-increasing costs? Second, development was also a victim of its failure. Many of the achievements in upper and lower middle-income countries were sort of ignored within the development community. And the focus that we put on development was on extreme poverty, doing the hardest things in the hardest places, as Andrew Mitchell described CDC's mission about 10 years ago. Judge us, development professionals demanded, by what we do in the poorest countries. And indeed, an outsized effort has focused on low-income countries, on fragile and conflict states. But as Paul Collier has repeatedly proven, we have largely failed there. The countries left behind are even further behind today than they were 30 years ago. So by the measure of the success we insisted on, development seems a failure. Fatigue and financial exhaustion. The World Bank was founded in 1944. BII was founded in 1948. We have been going at this for a long time. But the last 30 years in particular have seen an increasing frenzy of new and higher targets, challenges, crises. Every year brought a newer crisis that demanded our immediate action, expressed in yet another financial commitment on the part of donors. No job was ever finished. No target was sufficiently high. Progress each year was measured by how much money had been spent. by which new standards we had imposed upon ourselves and others. In 2000, we had 8 Millennium Development Goals. In 2015, we had 169 SDG targets. The price of development began to skyrocket. Development funding had to fill the gap in African health financing, estimated to be about $30 billion a year. Financing gap for African infrastructure is $100 billion a year. The cost for developing countries to address climate change, $350 billion a year. The World Bank's last estimate for Ukraine's reconstruction, $500 billion a year. The financing gap to reach the SDGs in developing countries is estimated at $4 trillion a year. Global annual ODA probably peaked in 2023 at a little over $200 billion. So in the face of such extraordinary summaries of needs, many, especially politicians, became convinced that the task of development had turned futile. We could never satisfy those requirements. There was a preference for short-term over long-term. Budget cycles, KPIs, election cycles, they all meant that development was aimed at producing results in 3 to 5 years. And this led to pernicious outcomes, especially in health, where standalone systems like PEPFAR were developed to absorb development funding in preference to investing in government institutions that were longer term and more difficult to compile KPIs and project budgeting for. And the collapse of PEPFAR has starkly highlighted the cost of that approach. So development started to get ever more divorced from reality. New initiatives had to be accomplished on unrealistic timescales. Donors pledged money that they really knew they wouldn't fund. Only 18% of the SDG targets are on track to be met. Core human rights are critical and deserve strong and public defense. But all human rights become suspect of a little bit of fantasy when the UN announces that people have the right to safe water in countries where there is none, the right to secondary education where literacy is 25%, or a right to a living wage in a country where neither the public sector nor the private sector has the money to pay it. 10 years ago in Addis, for example, we announced that private sector mobilization would drive the next stage of development. And everyone focused on blended finance, on guarantees, first loss provisions, investor desks were set up, and 10 years later, as Hans-Peter put it, FDI to Africa had actually decreased. Now, some are seeking new promissory routes to mobilization, and I applaud that, and I know we will talk about those. The IFC's CLL program is remarkable. At BII, we have done various startup platforms to try and mobilize money. But there is a fantastical tone to many in development who, seeming to ignore everything we've learned over the last 10 years, simply repeat the claim that mobilization will fill these massive funding shortfalls. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And development has veered towards a bit of a self-referential utopian aspiration. And along the way, it began to lose the credibility of politicians and voters. And then US hegemony ended. For the greater part of the post-World War II period, the US model, or the US Anglo-American or the US European model of development held dominion. I mean, the Soviet Union briefly provided kind of a weak alternative, but after the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Washington Consensus really reigned supreme. And in 1997, President Clinton could credibly speak of the US as the indispensable nation. And in this period of hegemony, development institutions could drive their own success, and they did. But today, we have a tripolar world, at least, maybe more than that, US, EU, China. And it's not so much that countries have realigned with other powers, I mean, although some have, but rather that the hegemony itself could be questioned. And when questioned, parts of the hegemony, including development, struggled to fashion answers. And eventually, I mean, not even developing countries would defend development. 3 weeks ago, Zambia's president described cuts to international development aid as, quote, long overdue, and declared them a good thing. For years, countries acquiesced in development institutions setting priorities through conditionality, program design, country plans, and more recently, countries have begun to press for their own, often competing priorities. Recall now the country ownership movement. And some began to see development institutions as an actual threat to their own development choices. I think back to 15 years ago in Dambisa Moyo's book, Dead Aid, which really did reflect a view that was held by many in large parts of Africa, that aid made governments dependent and it stifled growth. Perhaps it all sounds a little too critical, but if so, at least accept it's self-criticism. I have been at least complicit in all of these failings. I feel strongly, though, that we all have to be honest with ourselves about how we conducted our activities, and we can't figure out how to get out of this mess until we know what the root is that brought us here in the first place. So what do we do now? Which fires do we try and put out? Where do we concentrate our assets, lay our bets? When paradigms shift like this, and they are doing that, it's difficult to discern clear routes of passage. So better, I would say, to settle on a few pole stars of principle and steer by them. And I will suggest 3. The first is to stay true to the humanitarian purpose of development. The pendulum does deserve to swing towards national interest, but it threatens to move too far. I believe that countries, their voters, their taxpayers are still committed to assisting those in less favored circumstances. There has never been any weakening of commitment to humanitarian pursuits. People see it as an inherent good, not only to save lives, but to improve those lives. A recent poll by the Rockefeller Foundation found 90% of respondents supporting international efforts to feed the hungry and prevent disease, although only a slight majority supported the international institutions responsible for those areas. The fundamental mission of development continues to enjoy support, and we should not permit others to confuse a desire to reimagine development with an intention to walk away from it altogether. We should be proud of our mission. We just need to get better at defending it. Second, I would suggest that we have to be disruptive in our thinking. I've participated in a number of discussions about how to respond to the crisis in different sectors, different institutions, in different countries. And for the most part, people are trying to fix the model. The financial gap will be closed by mobilizing the private sector or by engaging with philanthropy. Many are relying on MDB reform agenda. Frankly, I think they are mistaken. This preference for evolution is understandable. The Washington Consensus and the primacy of Bretton Woods institutions has been unassailable for generations. The challenge of our entire careers in development has been explaining and defending the status quo as the optimal tool to reach its ends. And as an aside, it probably was the optimal tool to reach its ends. In addition, few of us in the development community have ever experienced this type of crisis. To my mind, no institution and few, if any, initiatives have ever before really been shut down. Anything new that was put forward was usually just added to the status quo rather than replaced any part of it. And this has led us to become deeply conservative. I am deeply conservative, even though I and we may think that we are innovative, countercultural rockers of boats. We are probably conservative. If you find yourself, as I do, defending a rules-based order and society, you're conservative. If you talk about MDB reform or the benefits of multilateralism, you're conservative. We're defending the status quo. And what we have forgotten is exactly how disruptive our forebears were in 1945 at that hotel in Bretton Woods, when they set up our institutions, when they created the Marshall Plan, when they set out those original aspirations behind international monetarism, free trade, open society. We need to be that disruptive again. My final lodestone is this notion of partnership. And let me start. Partnership is one of those words that usually are just bandied around in development circles as a sort of platitude, like, collaboration or engagement or leverage. But I really think that this notion of partnership is the key to forging a new approach to development, one where developed countries are no longer donors, but rather partners with developing countries that are no longer recipients. And permit me to try and develop this idea a little, because I believe that packed into the word partnership is all that we need to take development forward. So the term partnership is originally a legal one that describes the relationship of two persons bound in a common endeavor. These two come together in a partnership because they are seeking the same end, and they believe that they will both gain more by acting in concert than individually. And it is legitimate for each party to insist that the relationship works to their advantage. An aside, this relationship already exists in development finance. BII, IFC, any DFI, we often find ourselves investing alongside a promoter or a commercial investor where we are seeking development impact, they are seeking profit, and we each are committed to a common route to achieve both of those interests. And when we think of what a partnership means in development, some features spring to the fore. It's a relationship of equality. It is very different from this narrative of assistance where one party helps the other. It accepts that each party is entitled to demand that the relationship work for them. It legitimizes the question posed by donor governments, by voters and taxpayers, of why development is in the national interest. And in addition, it empowers developing country governments to insist that the shared enterprise reflect their priorities. And country ownership, long forgotten, maybe now re-enters through the back door. Partnership also implies complementary specialties. We talk of a good partnership where, she's good with numbers and he's good with sales, where this company is really good with technology and that company is good with manufacturing, and we merge them together. Again, an example from my experience in development financing. Increasingly, we are investing in platforms. So our partnership with DP World has led to a number of new ports being constructed in Africa. Partnership with Vodafone has dramatically increased mobile penetration in in Ethiopia. And implicit in each of these enterprises is the recognition that we at BII, we don't know everything. Indeed, we don't know much of anything about ports or about technology rollouts. Instead, what we do know about is providing patient capital. And we do know a little bit. We have some country knowledge. And we rely on our partner to contribute a knowledge of technology or construction. We need to reflect this model elsewhere in development. Donors should seek out partners rather than implementers. And in many cases, those partners should be governments. But in all of those cases, each partner commits to the other, each is held accountable. So if the enterprise requires institutional reform, donors should be entitled to demand that. And at the same time, governments are entitled to a say in the design of these programs, the design of a country strategy, and not to see these things designed for them, redesigned without their consent, or sometimes canceled entirely. Another feature of partnership is this implication of deep trust. When we introduce someone as our partner, we mean they are an intimate, someone who we deeply, profoundly trust. Development institutions need to rebuild trust with governments. Developing that level of trust takes time and effort. But development institutions, I mean, we move staff around the world in 3 to 5 year cycles. Politicians only plan to the next election cycle. Budgets are now 3 years. That deep trust is no longer permitted to develop. And how extraordinary and sad is it when the Zambian president Hichilema writes that African countries are better working alone than with the developed world. I mean, at BII, we've tried. We've recently tried consciously to build a relationship of trust with certain focus countries, such as Sierra Leone and Nepal. And that requires us to take a long-term horizon. By long-term, I mean 10 to 20 years. But we should have done it a decade ago. And even now, we are largely alone among our peers in doing this. So let me finish then with the notion of partnership amongst peers, because partnership implies a collective whole working together. And development has become a little bit too much a patchwork of uncoordinated and sometimes competing efforts. Example, BII often finds itself investing alongside other DFIs, investing alongside IFCs, sometimes alongside MDBs. We all share a similar mission. We all have essentially identical standards. Why then do we each conduct our own due diligence, each have our own rules and requirements? When I worked in the country of Georgia for the US State Department, it took me 2 years to simply catalog the various US organizations making grants in that country, let alone try and get them into a room to talk with each other. To insist that development efforts are coordinated is not internationalism. It's simple efficiency. It's just common sense. It's effective partnership. So where is all of this heading? I mean, what does the future hold? And I will admit, at this point, my confidence begins to seriously lag. Trying to predict the future, as Douglas Adams famously put it, is a mug's game. But having come this far, let me suggest some expected consequences if what I've described is true. First, I think we need to prepare ourselves for a period of hard choices and dire consequences, principally due to the nature of the cuts. And in many cases, they have been immediate and catastrophically large, giving no time for transition. And this will not abate for a few years, as ODA, I think, will either stay the same or potentially reduce even a little further. Governments will face a difficult choice between stopgap measures to mitigate the frightful costs of the crisis and funding longer-term solutions. Hard as it will be, they should favor those longer-term solutions. We will see a rise in realism. Gilbert Rist, in his History of Development, saw development as an exercise in utopianism. And some of what I have described, the ever-receding horizon of success and this veering away from reality, are aspects of that utopianism. And as Rist himself put it in one striking part of that book, development has the power, quote, to charm, to please, to fascinate, to set dreaming, but also to abuse, to turn away from the truth, to deceive. Utopian zeal, I believe, will be replaced by a form of realpolitik, a focus on practical rather than moral considerations. Realism is better equipped to express priorities, to allocate scarce resources, to balance means and ends. And more importantly, realism enables us to stand up and answer the questions posed by taxpayers everywhere. Why should I care about poverty alleviation overseas? David Lammy has already used the term and laying out a blueprint for its meaning in his article in Foreign Affairs last year, The Case for Progressive Realism. Next, multilateralism is no longer the presumptive approach. A year ago, Alison Carnegie and Richard Clarke defended multilateralism in Foreign Affairs in an article entitled, "Multilateralism Can Survive Trump." 1 year on, in the same journal, Warren Cass has declared multilateralism is dead. Now, everyone seems ready to choose one side or the other, and of course, what will play out is something a little bit more nuanced than either of these. But many multilateral organizations, I believe, will fail. They will fail for many different reasons. What governments need to do is to choose when to act multilaterally, when to act bilaterally, and potentially when to act in a new manner, in loose affiliation, the coalition of the willing, or in regional alliances. A multilateral approach makes sense for pandemic planning. It doesn't really make sense to address critical mineral shortages. What will change irrevocably is the presumption of multilateralism. What will also change is the behavior of those multilateral organizations as they navigate competing demands to survive. And finally, we will see more discussions about mutual interest, some form of that term. The narrative of national interest, I think, is principally useful only to indict a system. Enforcing it requires virtual hegemony, and most countries don't enjoy the power to act unilaterally. Even those that do, and the United States perhaps is one of them, will find that it leads to distrust overseas. And even within Trump's circle, the narrative is changing to terms such as reciprocity. Mutual interest best captures those features of partnership that I described, while also maintaining the maybe politically necessary echoes of acting in national interest. And what about investment? I believe the dominant driver of investment and development finance in the next 5 to 10 years is probably going to be debt crisis. African countries have refrained from debt default because of reputational concerns. I feel that at least one country is probably going to be forced into default. And once one goes, the reputational risks reduce. I think others will follow suit. Now, to be clear, this may bring some short-term pain, but it's probably a good thing in the long run. I would rather see that happen so that African governments can again, with appropriate governance, be free of debt burdens and begin to borrow money which they desperately need. But I also believe that developed world debt will also play a role, because Western governments, I believe, will invite inflation as the only way to escape their own debt burdens. This will lead inevitably to interest rate rises that will further choke out investment from developing countries. Mobilization efforts will focus more on local money, on local capital markets, pension funds in particular, over, I think, the unmet promise of international institutional investors. Just one final addendum. When I rehearsed this talk in front of my teenage daughter, she told me it was sad. For her entire life, she said, she had had to put up with listening to me go on and on about development, about its noble mission, its willingness to overcome every difficulty, the enormous difference it had made to millions of lives. Was I really now saying, she asked, all that was a failure? That, as she put it, is just plain sad. So let me finish with what I told her. I struggle to imagine any human endeavor that has had a greater positive impact on lives than the global pursuit of development over the past 50 years. I am certain that it will continue. Why? Because humans are not solitary animals. We are ill-suited to isolationism, national or otherwise, despite the rhetoric of politicians. Rather, stitched into our DNA is the need to work together, to work in groups. We rejoice in the fortunes of others. The work of development is in our very nature. The pursuit of a better world, not only for ourselves, but for others, I told my daughter, is a noble cause. And hear this, that pursuit will endure. That pursuit will flourish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. This was absolutely fundamental. It was also provocative. We want you to be provocative, but it's actually provocative. This is to get us thinking about the shift in global finance and what we should do about it. I couldn't help reminiscing about the fact that there has been so many changes in the economics profession, and of course in the practice of economics. You know, going back to before World War I, the political economy context of economics, whereby it was that every country has to get a trade surplus, and then a competitive devaluation and bigger than neighbor policies of that time, and then move on, then a crash. And then Keynes comes in with demand management. You finance so much expenditure by government spending actually leads to growth. And then after a short while, of course, that persisted. And then we have the war. And then, of course, the reconstruction of Europe. This is the birth of these new institutions. So economics has been shifting so much. And then come 1971, the announcement by Nixon. The dollar will no longer be converted into gold. You know, they didn't start with the tariffs of Trump. No. That was the big announcement. Fixed exchange rates went down. And I used to observe, look at the data for Africa. Every African country had gold in reserves. As soon as the fixed exchange rate collapsed, every country, all the reserves went completely. In 5 years, about 1976, no reserves, no gold reserves in the country. That was a fundamental change. And then a shift into fixed exchange rate. Economics, in terms of the theory, we shifted to rational expectations. Errors do not persist. You can correct for errors immediately. Of course, until the psychologist told us, no, that doesn't happen. Because a policeman will always round up usual suspects. So some of these changes have been happening, both on the theory front and on the way we practice economics. What possibly hasn't changed, the aspect that when we think about development finance, development is first and finance is second. That's different from corporate finance. When you are actually doing corporate finance, you look at the financing company and then you justify a case and then finance it. Development is slightly different. And so thank you very much, Colin, for being able to highlight these very important aspects of this conversation, and especially very methodical. What is going on? You told us what is going on. What are the real drivers? You pointed some, and most of them actually. Then being futuristic, where are we going? Just about the future. Now, I would like possibly have a short conversation with you on only three main dimensions. I wouldn't like to go further than three main dimensions. And these three main dimensions are taken directly from your discussion, and try to see whether we can then have a way of understanding some of these developments. For example, drawing from your experience in a BII organization, perhaps giving us a little bit of more insight into how BII is playing in this space of the transitions, especially given the shifting, how you're handling it in terms of the countries you engage in, or in terms of approach, or in terms of strategies of going forward. So this is one area where we would like to say your intervention there. There is also the aspect that would like to see, to hear maybe a little bit more about the question of partnership you touched on, because that's absolutely very important. But it points also to a partnership that is a kind of aligned with, say, we're going to work in these organizations. You mentioned, for example, Sierra Leone, you mentioned Nepal. Those are very good examples, okay? And try to see, okay, how are you going to work with the institutions in those countries? Okay, given that, of course, most of the other international organizations are pulling out of Africa, for example, okay? And how are you going to start a narrative? And is it BI going in its own or with other institutions, okay, at the same time? To highlight some of these issues, and then we can go and get some further conversations from the floor and also from online. Our online participants, if you are participating online, please get ready with the interventions and questions that Corinne can shed light on. Corinne, thank you.
Great question. I mean, let me start because I really think the UK government should be applauded for being one of the few governments that is not succumbing to the attractions of using development for geopolitical ends, or at least not development finance then for geopolitical ends. So, I mean, many of my European peers are really struggling with the desire to show that the money that they invest is not only creating impact overseas, but is also creating economic benefits domestically. The UK government has not asked that of us in any way. So in that way, we are really quite different, and I feel protected in a way around a lot of that. So where we have moved in answer to geopolitics, I think the biggest move is this move to low-income countries. And I mean, a large part of that move is that's where the development, I think, the most development impact you can have, because you can have not only the impact of your individual investments, but you can also create market impact in a way that we probably can't create any longer in Nigeria, or certainly not in India. But I think it's also true that there's a political dimension to this, and a lot of politicians believe that investing in the poorest countries will somehow be linked to migration. I mean, the data really is not there, but there is this sense that there's a political dynamic. So I think the shift, our big shift to low-income countries and the hardest places is probably the biggest answer to geopolitics. And I'd use that one because I think that's the one to answer your second question, because when I joined then CDC a lifetime ago, I mean, we did not talk with governments. I mean, it was a house policy that we would not take a meeting with government. We didn't do that. We did private sector. DFID did governments. And so as a result, whenever we were looking for partnership or collaboration, we were looking for like other investors or other DFIs. I mean, that world is completely over. And especially in these focus countries, the way I like to put it is we want to do everything. We want to do everything we can there. So we have a TA facility. It's not very large. Let's use that there. We have got a blended finance facility. Let's use that there. We've got a country, people in Africa. Let's make sure that they are involved. And let's also have relationships with UNDP, who I know is speaking today. Let's have meetings with ambassadors. Let's have meetings with the World Bank. Let's meet everyone, do everything, and do more with the local groups. So I think someone here is here from the International Chamber of Commerce. I mean, one thing that we have started doing much more is interacting with local chambers of commerce or local business groups who often know a lot more about the challenges in this country than we do. So what do I mean by partnership in these countries? It's basically partnering with everyone there who can tell us how to do what we need to do better.
Yes, thank you very much, Colin. I'd like to extend that point a little bit more. You started with the private sector, and then now you have moved into government.
Yeah.
My previous employer, the African Development Bank, we started with governments, and then it is on about 2010 that we now moved into the private sector and set up a complete vice presidency for private sector.
Yeah.
I have argued in a keynote I gave recently to Afrexim Bank that the private sector is the engine of growth in Africa. So it's like taking you back now. Of course, you have the portfolio in governments, sovereigns, but then I want to see the way we're thinking about private capital mobilization. What do you think is the single biggest policy barrier, not risk perception, the biggest policy barrier that prevents large institutional investors from following BI's lead into developing markets?
Okay, I'll give two barriers and one solution. How about that?
Okay.
And you know, it's even though Hans-Peter talks for far shorter than I do, it's always horrible to speak after Hans-Peter because he said everything beforehand. No, but barriers to mobilization. Number one is Basel III. I mean, Basel III is largely responsible for so many banks leaving Africa. So I'd put that at number one. Number two, I would put as rating agencies insisting that commercial ratings cannot be higher than the sovereign rating of the country in which they operate. This makes absolutely no sense, and I think is a real barrier to a lot of fantastic businesses from raising money. So those would be the two biggest policy. The one suggestion I have for mobilizing more money, which I have said to many governments, is do what the Dutch did and require that pension funds allocate 5% to some form of development finance, impact finance, or something like that. Do it. And then suddenly you've got massive mobilization. That is why our colleagues at FMO have all these wonderful mobilization platforms, because Dutch pension funds have to invest in them. So that would be my number one driver of mobilization. If the developed world passed that law, we would have probably the trillions that we had hoped for.
Thanks, Colin. I very much agree. The first point you made about Basel III, I did a paper for the UN on arguing that African countries are still at the crossroads with respect to Basel III. Only about 8 countries have signed up, others have not, either have signed, not implemented. It's a big challenge because part of the metrics for Basel III is not relevant for countries that do not have options, futures, forwards, and swaps in their financial instruments. The question, though, is how to incorporate these countries into the regulatory framework, the global regulatory framework, since the banks are kind of interconnected. I also, the finger you put on the rating agencies is particularly important, even when for some regions, especially for Africa, there are great attempts by the African Union, the African Development Bank, to design some of those rating agencies. The fact that whenever I'm looking at these three, since our work as African Economic Research Consortium is to put on the radar the 54 countries in the continent and see what is happening. And then you find that basically, even the 3 main rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and Moody's, if you look at the residual, in other words, the residual company, the part what you don't see, what you don't anticipate, the gap between the, among the 3 can be large at times depending on the country, and it can be very small. Almost you can have perfect tracking among these. The variations is something we need to understand. So thank you for putting your finger on the right 2 points of Basel, the bank regulation global. Maybe going beyond a bank regulation, you have got macroprudential, 17 instruments. You can't apply them at the same time on an economy that's got a shock. How do you select instrument 2, instrument 3, instrument 7 to intervene? Those are the challenges of the economics profession, which keep policymakers and central bank governors awake. Okay, let me now turn to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure, because I've seen people scribbling some, I'm sure that you would like to weigh in. Please put up your hand, mention your name and affiliation. Let me sweep like this. So I've seen Richard and then the lady here. So let's take so I'll take a couple of these questions and then give Colin a chance to lead the discussion. Richard, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I mean, you raised various points. I like your point about Basel III, and I wondered whether a more nuanced approach to Basel I, II, III, depending on which country you're talking about, could be useful. But when you were talking about the UK standing out as not seeing development finance in terms of geopolitical aims, I wondered, well, given that the movie, was it 20 years ago that they made the movie The March, and it's now not a day goes by without us hearing about how we're going to stop the boats. The only country that has actually stopped the boats is Australia, which is blessed with massive wealth and a small population. If the UK spent the percentage, spent the kind of money Australia does, it couldn't spend money on domestic concerns. So do you, Trump has still not finished his wall. Frontex, for all its efforts, they're not keeping the march out. I wonder whether we're reaching the point that development finance will be seen as an effective means of stopping the boats.
Thank you, and that is Dr. Richard Alexander, SOAS University of London, since my colleague there, yes. So please, your name and affiliation.
Excuse me. Thank you, Sheila Page, ODI. But although I worked at ODI for more than 20 years, I never worked on aid. And I really think that you have taken a very distorted view, because of your own background, of what the relations among countries in the world both developing and not developing are. It's mainly, it's about trade, it's about other sorts of interest, it's certainly about defense, it's more and more about security. And I think that development finance is in a sense catching up to some of the things that the rest of the world has been talking about and thinking about for many years, in terms of the relationships of a combination of self-interest, a little bit of non-self-interest, a little bit of international friendship, whatever you want to call it. But it's not, there's nothing peculiar about the way development finance is or is moving. What's peculiar about it is that it is so unimportant and that you've put so much weight on it. The second point I would like to make is that partnership, as you point out, is a legal concept. And it's not just about having common aims. It is about having a contract that requires both or all the parties to do certain legally required things. That's why I've never wanted to use it in the sense of donors and recipients, or even among donors, because it's never been a partnership in that sense. Which brings me to, in a sense, the most fundamental point you made about the radicalism of Bretton Woods. Yes, it was radical. It was radical because it set up international rules for the first time. They were limited, they were on only some things, they were never universally adopted, but that was the radicalism of it. And that is so that in a sense, to say that the rules are conservative is wrong. It's setting up international rules, accepting constraints on so-called policy space, whatever that may be. That is what was radical, and that is what we have gone against in the current things. And I don't know how we can address that, not just in finance, but in all the other relations among countries.
Thank you, Sheila. Let's take another.
Can I?
Oh, okay. The two.
I can't hold more than three
Okay,
things in my
okay.
head at once, and I've got 5 written down. So can I just take
Please go
these
ahead.
two?
Yeah.
So, so look, Basel is a different. Basel is a difficult call because on one side it chokes off money to the developing world. On the other side, it is designed to protect us from a replay of the 2008 financial crisis. So it is very hard to persuade Treasury departments to kind of adopt something else. We have tried. I think it's a noble cause, and we will continue. The migration, I can't opine on migration, but I think when I said that I didn't think that I thought the UK government was not taking a geopolitical stance with development finance, I wasn't saying that perhaps they've given less money to development finance because of migration. I really don't think that they are using development finance at the moment to address migration. No, I guess we would have to disagree. I mean, talking with them every day, I do not hear this. I testified in front of the International Development Committee on migration, and we talked through this. I really don't believe at the moment that they're using development finance to reduce migration. If they, I'm sorry, no, that's not development finance. That's the movement.
Yeah, we'll have this
That's what I said. I'm
conversation.
not talking about the amount of money that they're giving us, but the money that they gave development, they are not asking that money to be used to address migration. That's my sense. Okay. Okay. Look, let me start with rules-based order because I'm a former lawyer. I'm all for rules. What I'm saying is that if you are defending the rules-based order, you are defending the status quo. I'm not saying that we should not defend an order that is based on rules. I'm saying we should, when we say I'm for the rules-based order, we're talking about the status quo. So maybe we talk about this later. Yeah, I mean, partnership is a legal concept. I mean, yeah, it was created in the 16th century, but really, when I introduce, my fiance as my partner, I'm not making reference to a contract. I think the term partnership has grown, and I think there are many different aspects of that notion of partnership, of equality, and so forth that we can, play out in development. But look, at the end of the day, it's a metaphorical trope, and maybe it's like reached its natural limits. I think it's useful.
Yeah, thank you, Colin, and thanks, Richard and Sheila. I'll take two, in the interest of time, 2 more questions, and then I can close. So, Peter and the gentleman there. So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Please be concise. Your name and question.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Quote from University of Ghana. Thanks for the thought-provoking presentation. In speaking about geopolitics, I didn't hear you speak about China, Russia, and Africa. I mean, we see lately the use of aid to cut Africa, especially in engaging in the extractive extractive sector. In other words, tying aid to extraction of natural resources. I didn't hear much about these kinds of geopolitics that is happening. Can you throw a bit more light on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Let me take the final question from Yusuf. Microphone.
I'm a British citizen, but also I'm from Somaliland, and I've been involved with, the development of Somaliland. And for the last, I think, 20 years, I was involved with Somaliland, how it can develop. I was in charge of the National Development Plan, that all the international bilateral and multilateral used to take part. We used to have that partnership, and every institution was signing what to be done. That's the targets, and that's the funding needed. How much Somaliland will contribute, and how much the international community or the different partners will contribute. Amazingly, when that finished after 3 years or something, I was so amazed, and when I was reporting, to the international community and the ministries, I think less than 10% what have been, taken, as a commitment was not funded by the international community. And the fact that when you look the cultural side, that I have been here, Cardiff University, and I have been advisor to the Welsh government, and that I understand the cultural, the two different ways. And then communicating with my partners, international partners, it was exposed, that the commitment was not honest. One thing Professor Cullen talking about is the partnership. What do you mean by partnership? I was lecturing, about partnership in different ways. And there are different levels you can take that partnership. Then when you say exactly you said, there is a deep interest or deep level of trust of partnership. How can we achieve that? How can we achieve that?
Just the final one. Yeah, please, and brief.
Hello, I'm Leo from KGCP. My question is to you. Thank you for your speech. I really liked it. If we look at how the Marshall Plan and the early development banks mobilized capital, it was very much through imagination that was done. I think now it's been kind of lagged into bureaucracy, slow moving, and it's been toppled by not a lot of movements. Whereas I think when like development finance were created, they were made for a unipolar world, and the world is becoming more fragmented, becoming more multipolar, and there's not really the institutions anymore which are being left for forward moving. And I feel for my generation, especially, that we're essentially like inheriting a world where it is very multipolared. When, especially in the UK, we're inheriting a lot of debt. We're very much being stifled by over regulations. We can't innovate as much because there's so much regulation. We can't really even essentially think of ways to kind of come out of the problems which we have because there's so much societal pressure, cultural pressures, which are not allowing us to develop in a way that would be mostly beneficial for our system moving forward. And I guess what I would ask is, how do we essentially create or move forward in utilizing those kind of capital strains and inspiring the younger generation to be more creative and think globally rather than being, because it's very hard for me to worry about what's happening in a different country when I can't even afford to buy a house myself. So it's very much hard for me, for other people as well who are those countries, to worry about what's happening to us. And through things like social media, there's that cultural divide where people are seeing a complete fake life than reality. And I think those institutional cultural problems are causing such a great divide between developed world and developing world as well. And I think, how do you think we can start to solve that problem and work together in that sort of way?
So
yeah, we are running out of time, but give 1 minute to Corinne to respond before going to, I just pick one question from the virtual participants.
I mean, the wonderful thing about youth is youth sees problems and solutions in a different way from the generation that came before. And I kind of criticize my entire generation as being stuck in the status quo. Implicit in that is the way out of it probably comes from your generation that doesn't have all of that baggage that we do. I mean, it's always great to hear. I mean, you were very kind to say I'm on the front line. I mean, someone who's on the front line. So I really appreciate your insights and listen to them, very carefully. And I hope that, we can work in partnership with you in kind of coming through this. I can't, I mean, there are entire conferences on China, but I would sort of say the Belt and Road Initiative has kind of stalled. And it kind of stalled, I think, because it was a little too simple. You can't buy the fealty of a government by contributing development. It doesn't work that way. It didn't really work that way for the United States, and that's why they got rid of the US content requirement for OPIC, then DFC. So I think it's sort of moved on into this kind of, in a pernicious way, this talk of transactions in national interest, in a more benevolent way, I would think, and you hear this from China, more of a conversation about like, partnership and focus on culture and things like that. So the old quid pro quo, I'm going to give you development and you vote my way in the UN, I don't think it ever really panned out. So
thanks, Colin. There were three questions the participants online. I think we've already discussed in great depth one of them, which is the role of the private sector. That was from Sessions Kewe, co-founder of Think Grow Africa in Tanzania. There was also another question on a BII strategy, and that's also we've looked at. But there is a question, maybe just a brief comment from Colin. That is from Janine Aguila Mesa. How do you think technology and artificial intelligence can help the development industry to respond to the current crisis?
I have no idea. I will admit to, I have been to so many AI events and I still don't really understand large language models. I mean, so I'm ill-equipped to answer that question.
Yeah.
Let us all hope that it results in massive productivity gains in the developing world.
Absolutely, because all we hope is that it will lead to further innovation. As we know, the Nobel Prize for Economics, I recognize the work of my good friend Philippa Agion for his work on innovation. And I think that is where we need to go with this technology to bring innovation into higher productivity and growth. Colin, thank you so much for being able to address all these issues. Fundamentally,
thanks.
And honestly, and thank you very much for being a good audience for engaging in the discussion. It may well be the case that we didn't have the time to discuss your point, but over coffee and the rest of the day, we can have a one-to-one together and continue to discuss these issues even in the coming session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. This is the end of the session.
Thank you.
If everybody could sit down, please. Yeah.
I think the mic will be.
Yeah, I've got a mic here. Yeah, yeah. All right. I think we should start with this policy panel after a very interesting keynote address by Colin Buckley, and perhaps a quite a radical one around how he's seeing the world of development finance shifting and some of the solutions. This policy panel is going to look at sort of the policy angle of responding to and navigating the changing world in which we're living now. The changing world of the global financial flows, the issues that I and Hans-Peter highlighted, and also Colin as well, and sort of in the context of geopolitical fragmentation. And we're going to do that with a stellar panel of 6 people. There are 2 online and 4 are here. And we like to take different aspects of the financial system and the global finance that is interacting with low and middle income countries. First of all, we'll have a 5 to 7 minutes presentation by Phyllis Papa-David, who's a senior research fellow at ODI Global, and she will be looking at the global markets, the global markets picture and what it means for low and middle income countries. We'll then look at a private sector perspective, looking at multinational perspectives. And we have Ranish Narula here. He's the director of the Dunning Center for International Business at the Handy Business School, the University of Reading, and I think he's got many hats as well, and a long-standing contributor to the debate on multinationals. And so we're interested to understand how multinationals are thinking about their strategies and how they're responding to the new geopolitical context. And we'll also hear from the International Chamber of Commerce, an advisor to the ICC, Michael Hogan. So thank you as well for coming. We'll then take a different perspective and think about those organizations that are interacting with low and middle income countries, about dealing with and navigating and supporting them in their quest to navigate the new geopolitical context and the new financial realities. So we will have Antonio David from the IMF. He's a Deputy Division Chief at the Africa Department. Welcome as well to this panel. And we're also fortunate to be joined here by Dr. Ruth Katamuri, who's a Senior Director for Economic Development and Trade and Investment Directorate at the Commonwealth Secretariat. And then finally, we'll move to Peter Quarty, who is a professor of economics at the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research in Ghana. And we're asking him to think about a country perspective. So how are the different aid flows, capital flows, investment flows interacting with Ghana, and how is Ghana responding to the new geopolitical context of these flows going into low and middle income countries, into African countries. So I will be asking the panelists to speak for 5 to 7 minutes, and then I'll bring in the audience after that. So let's start first with Phyllis Papa-David and ask a question about how are global capital markets responding to the new geopolitical context, and what are the implications for low and middle income countries? Over to you, Phyllis.
Thanks very much, Dirk, and good afternoon to everyone. So it's particularly important to think about the role of private, global capital markets in the context of the generalized economic fragmentation that we're seeing globally. And we've done actually quite a lot of work on this at ODI Global, looking at the extent to which we are seeing fragmentation in financial markets, in global financial markets. And so the way we like to look at this is through two things. One is the mechanisms, so gauges of financial fragmentation, and then the nature of any fragmentation that's occurring. And then we also look at what opportunities are available for lower and middle income countries to really boost their resilience and boost their investment ecosystem, even amid financial fragmentation. So 3 key mechanisms that we look at. The first, it's been mentioned that FDI is declining, it's patchy, it's weak in certain sectors, but actually portfolio flow dynamics are still as sort of robust and volatile as ever. So equity and bond flows still quite interconnected. Some would even say that in some equity markets now globally, there is a bubble. There is exuberance actually in some equity flows, particularly in the developed markets. So we are seeing some fragmentation, but the interconnectedness and the ability for shocks to transmit in the financial system are still as strong as ever when it comes to portfolio flows. And certainly some of the risks are also building in private credit markets as well globally, which is something we're looking at. So a mechanism or gauge number 1 is portfolio flows. The second gauge that we look at quite closely are exchange rates. And here the constellation and the usage of exchange rates is changing in a structural sense globally. So Dirk mentioned in his opening that there is increased usage of the renminbi, although the share is still low when compared to the other currencies. We are seeing a structural sort of fragmentation to non-traditional currencies, which is notable. And what's also notable is the usage of local currencies in many lower and middle income economies as well. So we are seeing a decentralization, a fragmentation, a multipolar sort of mirroring, if you like, in the foreign exchange market. And what's even more notable in FX is that the concept of a safe haven response is also fragmenting. So before there used to be just flows, say, for example, in response to a shock to the US dollar or US dollar assets. But what we're now seeing is that in response to a shock or risk aversion, there's a fragmented response. So we see gold at all-time highs. We see flows going into the dollar. Actually, no, excuse me, not to the dollar, but to, say, the Japanese yen, to the Swiss franc. So there's a fragmentation in what is considered to be a safe haven asset. The third mechanism that we look at is actually digitalization. And we've seen in our research that digital inclusion often brings financial inclusion. And so that is another third gauge that we look at in terms of the decentralization of finance, or the, not fragmentation as such, but sort of the more regional development of finance through the development of digital payment systems. In Africa, certainly the infrastructure that's being built out in Asia as well. So those are 3 broad gauges that, I'd like to use to sort of frame the landscape. What's notable and what we look to in a forward-looking sense is how shocks are being transmitted through these three gauges or mechanisms. And furthermore, what can low and middle income countries do to leverage opportunities and more so to build resilience because we are living in a more uncertain global environment. And so I think three key things come to mind in a forward-looking sense. And the first that we focus on a lot in our macroeconomic series as well is the mitigation of risks. So the key goal here is to use the finance for low-income countries to mitigate risks, particularly debt risks. And so interest payments or debt interest payments are at a record high. And so the key, we think, is to use financial instruments, derivative instruments, the whole gamut of new tools, innovative tools to decrease risk, to restructure or to structure debt or issue debt in a way that mitigates risk. And we've seen cases of this where maturities of certain debt is extended post-crisis. Latin American countries such as Brazil using local currency funding to extend the maturities of their debt and just to issue in their own local currency. So it's a mitigation of risk in that sense of and in the transmission of shocks as well. The second lever, if you like, that we focus on in terms of a response to this global fragmentation of finance is building domestic financial capacity. So boosting measures that foster liquidity so that financial intermediation really takes hold and really builds the ability to issue finance more affordably. And there we've seen instances, say, for example, in Uganda, I mentioned Brazil, where there's been an effort to build out domestic bond markets and different sources of finance to make it more inclusive and more affordable. The last lever, which has been touched on by colleagues earlier, is this institutionalization of finance. So really leveraging multinational institutions and domestic finance institutions to really catalyze finance and catalyze it in a way that builds productivity and builds inclusion. So we're seeing many instances of this both in Africa and in Asia where this merging of finance, this blending of finance really catalyzes finance into initiatives that closes the financing gaps. So the way we look at it is the three mechanisms and the three levers to really catalyze finance in this state of fragmentation that we're seeing. The key red flag, as I mentioned, is the developments on the currency front, which will have vastly different implications depending on the country that you're looking at. But we are seeing this multipolarity in holdings of assets for sure. I will pause there in the interest of time. Thanks very much, Dirk.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very helpful. Very good intervention. And we're seeing different ways of responding to crisis, to the debt crisis, different instruments, different ways of responding. You also mentioned that there may be a difference in capital flow that we're seeing, that there may be a drop-off some FDI to low and middle-income countries, but that equity finance, equity portfolio flows are still going strong and almost too strong. Let's go and discuss then the implications for multinationals and FDI flows and the way multinationals interact with low and middle income countries, which may or may not only be through FDI, but what are the multinational strategizing? What are the strategies now to respond to the geopolitical fragmentation, and how can we think about appropriate policies in low and middle income countries to respond to that?
Thank you, Dirk. I enjoyed the opening talk. It is provocative, yet I think quite fair. And I think that when we look at the perspective of the lower income countries, I think the perspective is it's important to realize it's very different for different parts, how they respond to the multipolar world. And I mentioned this because in the last 4 weeks, I've given a talk on a similar theme in Mexico, Brussels, and Warsaw. So this is the fourth one in the series, and there's a fifth one coming up next week. But in each case, the audience is somewhat different. The point, of course, and I want to say this in the front, is that some of these, this is not a shock as much as people make out. What is happening on the challenges we're facing in the lower income countries in Africa and in Latin America particularly, go back to an overdependency on the idea that there was a super cycle of commodities. And I remember during COVID expecting countries to go bust because there was so much debt, and looked at the data on the debt in LDCs. It was massive, and of course there's been trouble brewing for a while. Now some of these things. So it's not Trump, it's not tariffs, it's not necessarily the wars going on. There's a structural problem in the way in which we have organized the world economy. Now I'm going to come down to the issue of FDI and multinationals, because that's why I'm here. And two things. One, first of all, FDI and multinationals, the firms know what they want. They're very clear about their long-term strategies, how they want the money to play out, how they want to see a profit, how they want to return on it. Governments are less clear of why they're getting the money. They think of this in terms of dollars, in terms of as a capital flow. It's not about capital flows. It's about transfer of technologies, about knowledge, skills, and so on. This is what FDI is supposed to represent, not necessarily capital. It's not a substitute. And this has been a fallacy that has remained in place for at least 30, 40 years. Everyone talks about it as a capital flow. It's not about capital. So the multinationals are going in with this intention of generating a rent, because that's their purpose, profits. The governments are thinking this is a substitute for aid. This is not so. And there's a mismatch here. So the thing is that, so getting governments to think longer term, and because development is a long-term problem. It's not a short-term problem. It means structural change, accepting painful cuts, as again, our keynote speaker pointed out. Big cuts, long-term, not short-term. But politics nowadays is short-term. Everything is about the next election cycle. So there's a mismatch again between the multinationals and the and governments, and that's why creating partnerships is very difficult. The second thing I want to point out is now you see FDI dropping, and this is true because many countries don't represent a viable, profitable enterprise. It's not really a long-term strategy to make money. Risk levels are high for whatever reason, Basel and so forth. But there are a number of reasons why they're no longer as interested as they used to be. But perhaps most importantly is no one has made the effort to take the money that's been coming in and make the important structural changes needed for there to be long-term change. And multinationals can see that. They do the research. The point here I'm trying to come to now is multinationals organize themselves differently from 10 years ago. They no longer want to put equity. They now think the safe way is through global value chains, through supply chains, which involve no equity whatsoever. So in this case, someone made an estimate that 50% of the activities of multinational are no longer owned by multinationals. They're owned by intermediate organizations. There's control without equity. So they still function as multinationals, but the FDI component is much smaller. Now, I'm not getting into the numbers, but nobody collects the data on this. We collect FDI data from 1945. We've got the same format of data about long-term capital flows. It doesn't make any sense anymore. So this is a problem, and we haven't got policymakers who think about these changes. We have, in part because the educational curriculum is such as it is, hasn't changed. And I'm at a university. I can tell you, it takes a lot of effort to convince people, academics, that the world has changed. So I can imagine it's even more difficult when I'm dealing with politicians. Now I've not got a lot of time, but now what can be done? And I think it is painful medicine. It is thinking long term. It is fixing not being interventionist. The solution is not to be more interventionist. It's about being more coordinative. The idea is to be coordinative policies which find ways to say, okay, what do firms want? And what will lead to knowledge transfer, what will lead to linkages, and not focus on the capital flows. Focus on number of jobs created, focus on number of people being trained. These are the issues that matter. Create a bureaucracy that isn't interested in collecting per diems to go to training courses, which I have to tell you is a large phenomenon. Get people. You need a bureaucracy, a meritocracy. That's what the Chinese did, the Singaporeans did. That was their key, was learning how to actively coordinate policy. What do firms want? What do private firms want, domestic, foreign, and what do they need to make this happen? And how can we share the returns on this? That's what has to be done. So creating a proper bureaucracy, coordinating these activities, again, creating partnerships, and of course, dealing with the structural, the education, simply, demographic dividend doesn't exist if you have unskilled labor. The demographic dividend in Africa is not going to be a dividend, it'll be a punishment. To have 80% of the economy in the informal sector untrained, what are we going to do? This is not a dividend, it's not a gift. I'm going to stop here.
All right. Thanks so much, Ranish. We learned a lot. It's not a shock. Finance is not capital. And M&Es invest or interact with countries not just through FDI but through other relationships that are equally important. And but we also ended up with this notion of partnerships. I think in the collaborative spirit, coordination failures, helping to solve coordination failures. Michael, over to you. What discussion do you have at ICC, and how is business responding? Is it the same long-term story? And also trade finance is also something that ICC is looking at. How is the world of trade finance shifting?
Really good to hear the previous comments, not from this panel, but also previously as well, because I think it's probably saved me saying half the things that I had here to say. A couple of things. First, the ICC spends a lot of time bringing people together. So this concept of partnership, it's not just two bodies, it's bringing together governments, regulators, banks, corporates, anybody else that needs to be brought together to make something happen. And the world of trade looks complex. If anybody overcomplicates it, time to simplify it, because basically it's selling stuff from here, going to there, and somebody sends me the money back, whether that's domestically or international. It's been going on for a long, long time. Ramifications and supports social development, economic development. So it's critical to a company's well-being, effectively. When we look at some of these flows, I would go back and say, let's look at it in three ways. Are the issues that we've looked at before and we've been hearing about real? Are they just a recent phenomenon? We talk about the fragmentation recently, geopolitically. And is there a remedy to these? First things first, I would say from a reality point of view, it's very real. I heard the trade gap get mentioned before, and many people may have heard about the trade gap. I think it's underreported. It's about 2.5 trillion. The trade gap means how much people are requesting for trade finance facilities, but not being met. Okay, so if you think world trade is about $35 trillion, big numbers, but simplified, that trade gap is getting up to sort of 6-7%. It's not evenly spread. That trade gap generally finds its way to emerging markets and developing economies, and it's generally at the bottom end of the pile. So medium and SMEs get the worst of it. So when you think about who gets the money, it all goes up there in times of crisis, goes to the top, and it leaves the bottom adrift. Now, so that's a real gap. Is it getting any worse? A few years ago, pre-COVID, that was about 1.7 trillion. Post-COVID, 2 or 3 years later, we're looking at 2.5, getting up to 3 trillion now. So it's 50-60% increase over the last few years. So in a world where you want to be trading more and doing more trade finance, these emerging markets and the developing economies are going backwards. So they've not got their fair share. They're losing more share than they had before. So that's a real problem. So, is there a recent issue? I'll say, is this a recent thing? Of course, the last thing is sort of the nail in the coffin a little bit, the latest nail in the coffin, I would say. But prior to that, people were talking about, is it 24, is it 25? This is not 2024 and 2025. This is 25 years in the making, at least, I would say. I spent 30 years in banking, and we've been looking at this for quite some time. So if I wind it back, one of the key starting points for this was 2001, 9/11. Counterterrorism financing, we've got to do something dreadful's happened. How do we fix that thing? okay, I need to know everything that's moving from A to B and any money flow that's moving back and forward. I need to know who's sending it, what they're sending it for, where they're sending it, where it's come from. The world was never built on this before. So basically there was a big rush to try and fix this. And the banks who were providing us financing all of a sudden said, whoops, we can't do that. If we do it, we're going to get really hammered basically by the regulators. So we'll retrench. So I think for me, that was one of the first steps that happened. Fast forward 2000, so money went out of the system basically, and it flight to quality. So if I don't know or I'm not sure, I'm not going to do it. End of story. Because I can get put in prison personally as well as big fines. Fast forward, global financial crisis. You had the 2008 one, and then you had the 2011 and then 13, basically. They were the same one, just pushed around the plate, basically, from private sector, public sector, and then macroeconomically. Fast forward a few more years, you get Grexit. Anybody remember Grexit? That was a predecessor of Brexit. Thought it wouldn't happen, go away, and all of a sudden we trumped it big time. So that preoccupied the EU and everything for such a long time after that. Fast forward again after that, you've got COVID. Come out of COVID, you get a Russian-Ukraine conflict. Come out of that, you get tariffs. And in between, we talked about rising inflation and interest rates. Money's tight, so I'm not going to give it you in aid, and I'm going to pull the reins in when it comes to trade and development. So basically, that money isn't going around. You can see how that gap grows over time. Okay, that's the bad news. I think the third one is there a remedy to this? There is a remedy. And in the interest of time, I'll paraphrase them, but it was really good to hear what was said earlier about Phillips, because there's two things I would say that is required. And it really comes down to comprehensive and joined up thinking in terms of trade policies, international trade policies, domestic trade policies. Without that, and without people who can do that, we'll be looking at a 3, 4, 5, 6 trillion gap in a few years. So we need to redress, and we need to lean on some things that are already out there, which can be used, extended, and amplified, and then bring in some of the new funky stuff that we were talking about before. You know, younger people coming in with great innovative solutions on the digitization side. So the first one, when I look at the Asian Development Bank Trade Finance Program and the IMF programs and the World Bank that have been out for a long time, we've all worked with them. They do a good job. If I look at the African Development Bank one, it's probably done cumulatively what the Asian Development Bank does in a year. It's underutilized. It's a very, very good mechanism for getting other banks involved, putting the oil in the wheels of trade, allowing companies to trade, export out, import in, employ people here, use the supply chain domestically to employ and create economic value, basically. It's being underutilized, I think, at least from an African point of view. So I'd say take a look at these programs. They've been a long time out there, but I think they are being underutilized. You need to be expanded and need to be accelerated. That's one thing which exists. You don't need to rebuild it because it takes a bit of time to get up and running, but policymakers need to look at that. Then I would say you can start looking at some of the international trade corridors that are out there. We had a quick chat with Peter before when we look at the cocoa bod deals, so from Ghana. Cocoa bod generates so much foreign exchange for Ghana and it brings it back into the country. It's been a brilliant model which exports coffee beans and then takes the money back in, chocolate basically. And it's been going for great for many, many years. There are really good African trade flows which are being used, which are not being leveraged, which could be digitized. The reason the gap's so big is because these things take a long time to ship and then get the money back. If you can speed that up, and I'm talking, this is where we do a lot of work with the ICC and through the Commonwealth as well. If you can move that from 2 months to 2 days, which you can do now in terms of settlement and you get the money in the bank, I don't need to borrow so much. So the gap can start reducing. So it's not that it gets bigger, I can reduce it because they're becoming more efficient. Those international trade flows are starting to be digitized now. There are a lot of trade flows involved in Africa as well as the Middle East and also Asia, which are speeding up this. So I know who I'm dealing with. I'm happy with the transaction. The only thing holding up is the settlement, which is big reams of paper passing from A to B. And now I can get rid of the paper and I can digitize it and the money can happen and be in my bank account. So I don't need to borrow it from the bank at prohibitive rates. So start looking at those flows, prioritize them, digitize them. That's number one. Number two, just before finishing, there's a brilliant example talking about inclusion and of SMEs in India. TREDS, it's called. So it's a invoice discounting. So if I'm doing business in India with somebody, I give an invoice, I get paid straight away because it's a central registry. So the government has put in place a central VAT registry, which proves who's who in the zoo. So I can confirm my identity and then I put my invoice in, it gets automated, it gets fingerprinted. Nobody else can actually duplicate that invoice, for example. So if I'm a bank financing into that, I can trust that system. I know if I put the money in, it will come back to me again with my interest on it. Without those systems, people just don't lend to those sectors. So it's a way of actually expanding finance, access to finance, and bringing those in, developing a track record, which can then be used later on to either reduce the amount of financing you need or make it more attractive and credible for finances coming in. If you can get the short-term domestic piece sorted out, that helps with the longer-term domestic piece. If you can get the international piece sorted out as well, they play off each other, and that's a self-fulfilling story basically over time. So trade policies and trade politicians need to get their act together, convene, and work out the proper plans to take advantage of what's already there and what's coming down the pipeline.
Great, thank you. Very, very useful. So we got an observation and a solution there. So the observation is that that there's some divergence taking place in terms of who's having access to trade finance, and that you're worried also about low and middle income countries or emerging markets having access to trade finance and the huge gaps there. And then the solution is around joined up thinking around trade policy, and you might mention some specific ones about digitalization, in particular, making things faster and quicker. Very good. So let's now turn to two support organizations, organizations whose also analytical organizations as well, who look at and work with low and middle income countries. In particular, first the sort of IMF. Antonio, how are you looking at IMF to this geopolitical fragmentation of finance, and perhaps also could you touch on how the IMF is supporting countries to respond to the changes that they are seeing now and that you may be forecasting? Over to you, Antonio.
Sure, absolutely. It's really a pleasure to be part of this this panel. Thanks for the invitation. And if you allow me, I'd like to focus my remarks on sub-Saharan Africa, which is the continent that I follow more closely here at the IMF. So in terms of the consequences of this geo-economic fragmentation, I think what we already seen in sub-Saharan Africa is this shift away from concessional financing, especially as far as budget support is concerned. This is a trend that has been already discussed before by other participants here. But also in terms of access to international capital markets, we're seeing intermittent access at the fairly high yields. We have a number of issuances already this year in 2025, but still the yields are particularly high compared to other regions. And increasingly, what we're also observing is a reliance on domestic markets, which of course is not necessarily a bad thing, but because of the sort of limited level of development, limited depth of this market, this financing tends to be quite costly. And perhaps the worst consequence is that it tends to crowd out the private sector. So basically, these trends are, in our view, sort of exacerbating vulnerabilities that had already been building up over time in the region. And perhaps the most prominent one is on the fiscal side. I think Phyllis already alluded to the high debt service burden. So this is particularly prominent in Africa. If you compare indicators of capacity to repay, like the ratio of interest payments to government revenues in Africa, they are much higher than any other region in the world, and much higher when compared to advanced economies. So that's putting pressures on policymakers. We also see pressures on the external side. In about a third of countries in the region, we see that FX reserves are sort of inadequate or insufficient and need to be rebuilt, right? So this context sort of is putting complicating trade-offs that policymakers face in Africa. I mean, how do you keep that public debt under control, address all the development needs that are prominent and pressing, and at the same time try to mobilize resources in a way that is socially acceptable, for the populations in these countries. So in our latest regional economic outlook report for Africa, we try to emphasize two sort of avenues that could be explored by policymakers to sort of attenuate this stark trade-offs. On the one hand, I think the issue of domestic resource mobilization, domestic revenue mobilization is really imperative here. You need reforms both on the tax administration and tax policy side to actually mobilize more own resources for governments so that they can sort of meet the development needs and avoid costly debt defaults and restructuring. But at the same time, we are increasingly conscious of political economic constraints to that. When we try to think of strategies to address this, to make those reforms acceptable to the population. The other avenue that we try to emphasize is the issue of improving debt management and debt transparency, which we think, in our view, is going to help to reduce costs, mitigate fiscal risks, will also help to develop local markets, so attenuate this crowding out that I referred to before, and perhaps also, very importantly, increase access to innovative financing instruments such as blended finance or debt for development swaps. I think you asked me a question about how the IMF is helping. I mean, typically we help in 3 different ways. The first one is obviously providing financing itself to alleviate sort of the pain, the cost of adjustment, which we felt our finance will be even starker. And since 2020, the IMF provided close to $69 billion in financing to Sub-Saharan Africa. And right now we have 24 active programs in the region. The other avenue that we pursue, of course, is our dialogue with the country authorities, our policy advice, and we try increasingly to be very granular, country-specific, take into account the local context, but increasingly take into account those political economy aspects. I think if you look at the case of Kenya last year, it's very clear that you cannot just ram through a tax reform without appropriately communicating, thinking about the sequencing of those reforms, etc. And this goes for taxes, but also other types of structural reforms needed to boost growth. And finally, the other lever that we use is capacity development, so our technical assistance work. And of course, the technical assistance itself, helps to improve policy frameworks and institutions, but also to inform our advice and our programs. And I've been perhaps a bit negative in terms of talking about vulnerabilities, etc. But I mean, one thing that was remarkable in 2025 that we should not forget about Sub-Saharan Africa is the level of resilience that the continent has shown. Despite this very difficult international context, if you look at growth rates, despite the trade tensions, the reductions in aid, etc., growth rates for the region as a whole have been pretty steady compared to 2024, at least according to our estimates, and we expect a modest pickup next year. So this is something that needs to be highlighted, and to some extent, this is due to policy reform efforts that the country authorities have been implemented. Of course, it's a very heterogeneous continent, so some countries are doing better than others. We have oil exporters that are doing less well, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Antonio. That's, again, very helpful. And on the growth rates, and that's something that I've mentioned also previously here, is in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, the growth rate is forecast to be greater than China in 2026. And that hasn't happened, I think, for 25 years or so. So it's about 4.3% for Sub-Saharan Africa and about 4% for China next year. So it's actually relatively growing faster, which is interesting. You also highlighted a number of other issues. I think higher yields for bonds. I think that's something we also need to understand better. Is this a result of the geopolitical considerations, or is this some other reasons? But if that is happening, that has become more tricky as well. You had some solutions about DRM and debt management offices, so domestic resource mobilization. I think we've heard it as well, and I think you can of course see tax as that, tax GDP, but it's also financial assets like financial, so the pension funds and so on, that could also be termed as domestic resource mobilization, sort of from the private sector. So I think that's an interesting one. And I think the other comment that you made, which is in context to Kenya, and maybe there will be questions later from the audience on that, but you want to take into account the political economy, and I haven't heard that before from the IMF, I think, and that seems quite an important shift. And the question, of course, is how to do that as well. Maybe so explicitly. Maybe interesting to address. Let's now move to Ruth and ask some similar questions to you as I asked to the IMF. But how does the Commonwealth help the most vulnerable and poorest countries in the world, but also, so of course, in the Commonwealth, but maybe also other members to navigate this new world of geopolitical fragmentation.
Thank you, Dirk. Maybe I want to refer to IMF and the point you made about you can't do these tax reforms without communication. I was actually in Nairobi and saying the same thing. This was about 2 or 3 years ago, because general public didn't understand what was happening. While it was necessary, that's why the communication with people, particularly in this age, I think is absolutely crucial. And I think once the president had the young people, he had a kind of a conference with the young people or dialogue with the young people. I think that's changed. And since then, Kenya is beginning to reform. In fact, right, just this week, we've had the Kenya debt officials with us. And we were talking about the reforms as well, as they have set up a reforms group as well. So just to step back a bit, and Commonwealth, for those who aren't very familiar, it's a grouping of 56 countries with 33 being small states, not just small island states, but small states. So we've been talking a lot about Africa, but I want to put small states in context as well. So it's about 2.7 billion people overall, and 60% of them are young people, such as this young person who asked a question earlier, and that includes British young people as well. And if I may respond to this, his question earlier is, yes, you live in the UK and you are worried about the UK, as you should be, but also we are in a world where we are so globally connected, it's a matter of circular economy. So I think what happens in one part of the world then eventually comes round. So we have to be interested in the global circular economy, because they will feed off each other, and the flows may change direction as well, from developed to developing, where demographies are changing. And debt is high in the UK, and it's not debt only in developing countries. Going back to Commonwealth, what I think of Commonwealth as, and all of us here, I think we work with ODI, we work with ICC, and Ghana. We have the first African woman as the Secretary General, and she is from Ghana as well. So we are among partners, so to speak, since the conversation was on partnerships earlier. But let me just go back to some of the, we do knowledge products, so research, technical, we don't give money, unlike the IMF, but then small grants maybe. But we do technical assistance and capacity building very closely, working with our countries, influencing policy. But I do believe we have a soft power. In a sense, Commonwealth is a close friend or a friend in need when there's nobody else with them. And then, of course, when countries get empowered, we still sort of stay there along with them. So before COVID or during COVID, I think Commonwealth produced a trade review where it was clearly evident. If we think about service sector, some of the small states depended heavily on tourism. Over 50% of the economy is dependent on tourism. However, it was evident that soon after 2021, it actually bounced back, and many countries have said that it bounced back much faster than they expected, and it was even better and has become even better than it was before COVID. So that's a positive. But at the same time, what is important for our member countries across the members, not only small islands, is the key thing is about diversification of economies instead of depending on just one or two aspects like tourism or so we have to think about working with them and advising them to see how can they diversify their economies. Then another report, we show that capital flow volatility is a real policy problem among Commonwealth countries. But how do they do that? These countries juggle three tools when inflows, outflows swing. And these are, they allow the exchange rate to move, they tighten fiscal policy a bit, and they use sterilized FX intervention or temporary capital flow measures. These are ideally done in combination, including using transparently and sparingly. And what is the reasoning? They say don't fight every market move, let FX absorb part of the shock while using clear rules and light touch tools to prevent disorderly moves. This is based on some of our research. But small states, of course, face extra constraints. They're not diversified. They're import dependent for both energy and food. They're disaster prone. This is where the vulnerability indices or understanding the vulnerability in order to access finance is extremely important. And they also carry a high debt burden. So fiscal situation is more volatile and external funding is both more necessary and difficult to get. So what is small states? What is common? They're also they have few long-term investors. They have shallow secondary markets and they have rules differences. So this is what is the potential options to harmonize basics, align disclosure, settlement, and investor protection rules so funds can flow across borders. This is a recent work because we recently had the Commonwealth Central Bank Governors meeting where we convened all the countries, where 41 countries were present, where we are proposing some of these into those, communicating that knowledge sharing in the meetings about the markets are shallow. So, and hence we have to have rules differences, which is different listing, settlement, and investor protection rules across neighbors, slow cross-border investments. What are the potential options to harmonize basics, align disclosure, settlement, and investor protection rules so funds can flow across border? Also pooling and club issuance, so to try regional or pooled bond programs, so small issuers hit minimum sizes that global investors need, and common digital plumbing to use shared technology to publish timely, consistent data. And these are some conversations we've had recently alongside the IMF World Bank meeting. And with respect to IMF, we work closely with the debt office in IMF, including on debt management, kind of creating scoping with countries, knowledge sharing, as well as technical assistance, and including on debt transparency. Now, if any of you want to talk to the head of my debt office, he's actually in this audience here, Raymond Prasad, so he's attending this conference. So let me also then talk about the role of regional capital markets, why they're essential, more so now, and matter even more. When global money moves get bumpy, small and lower income countries can't always borrow cheaply from abroad. So this is why building domestic and regional capital markets, local bond market, shared listing, trading rules, cross-border investors are essential to develop more steady national mechanisms to raise money in country. What regional markets help with is cheaper, steadier financing, pooling countries, and bundling projects together increases market size. And this is what we're trying to do, where we're working with countries to try and support them in developing bankable projects by bundling multiple projects together, because trade and investment is a key priority for our current strategic plan. But at the same time, we also have to build better data and trust. And this is where we have a shared platform called the Commonwealth Meridian for debt management and monitoring by countries, which then we are working with countries to improve debt transparency, which then lowers their risk premiums and enables them better access to finance. Why does this matter for trade finance? The Commonwealth, we have come up with the phrase of Commonwealth advantage. And there is a trade cost advantage, which shows that integration pays off. Intra-Commonwealth trade is estimated to be about 2 trillion by 2030, and it's also cheaper by 21% trading between Commonwealth countries versus non-members. And so we are working on this policies for digital trade to drive more trade between countries. But I also want to take the example of AFCFTA, which is the Africa Continent Free Trade Agreement. Now, this continent currently comprises of, somebody said 54 countries earlier, maybe I'm wrong, I thought 55 countries, so maybe it's 54 countries. But what is the population? It's about 1.3 billion people with a 3.4 trillion economy. So the growth rate that took time.
Please finish in 1 minute.
Yes, I just wanted to mention this because this is about the regional mechanisms which are important and they're being developed. One of the things I say to Africa is Africa should take ownership and responsibility for its own development. And it is in a position that it is now beginning to, not adequately yet, but it is beginning to. And so that's an opportunity. And these are some examples of that. Then, of course, we heard earlier about blended finance, PPP share. And then I want to also mention about diaspora investment, because that is some work that we're doing at the Commonwealth as well, with trying to advise countries about the policies to enhance the opportunity through diaspora investment. We've heard earlier about green blue finance. So those are some things we are doing with respect to our oceans work. So let me talk about how does digital finance. I think digital finance is extremely important, and it has been growing and improving. We've been talking about with central bank governors about central bank digital currencies, even from a few years ago where there was nervousness, but now central banks are rapidly rushing into it. Now let's take the example of fintech, and I think I want to refer again to Kenya, which is M-Pesa was an example where Kenya was the first country to demonstrate that you don't have to be a developed economy to go into digital currencies or digital finance. Then, of course, we know about the Project Mbridge and Project Nexus, which are being driven in Africa, plus also Africa's own payment network, PAPSS, which is the Pan-Africa Payment Settlement System, and the digital public infrastructure. Being an Indian, I have to talk about it, which it includes country-to-country interface, but also it's not only within India, but it's also between countries, and that's UPI and Pay Now, which is with Singapore working across. So I think there are lots of opportunities. There are challenges, but there are also some real opportunities. And hence, I think, how do we optimize these opportunities? We cannot but not use technology. We are a highly tech-driven world. We have a young population. The world population is 52% is below the age of 30 years. Africa has the youngest population. Of course, it'll have challenges. We heard this in the keynote earlier as well. But then together, I think nationally and internationally, it's also important and an opportunity to address those challenges for the future of our young people. I will also refer to a recent trade report by WTO, which is on making trade and AI work together for benefit of all.
Thank you so much. I was just interrupting because I was 54, 55. I think the difference is Eritrea, isn't it? Because it's not a state party of the AfCFTA. Thank you so much for bringing all these project examples up, but also highlighting the issue about debt, I think, because it's been highlighted by Colin and by others as well, that an upcoming debt crisis and the need for partnerships to deal with this, and the work that IMF, but also you are doing and others on with debt management officers. Yeah, exactly, and together as well. And I also know that we're working with the G20 presidency, the South Africans, at the moment also on those sort of issues, I think, under the African engagement track or the forthcoming African engagement track. So I think it is an important issue that can't be forgotten about. The context, the current context, because it's harder to deal with debt crisis now. And who comes to the rescue? We've dealt a lot in Sri Lanka, for example. Then the IMF did help, but it was about a year later than India was able to help Sri Lanka. And so you have these credit lines or swaps and so on. So you need friends in this world if the multilaterals can't do it fast enough. But very interesting, and also the diaspora finance, I think, is something to think about as well in the context of this conference. Right, the last presentation in the session, and then we bring you in, the audience, to think about your questions. It's sort of having a country perspective. So we heard all about trade finance, we heard about multinationals, we heard about the IMF, the Commonwealth Secretariat, also about global capital flows, stock markets, equity booms, but less FDI. How is this all operating? And of course, also in the beginning, the sort of the declining aid. But perhaps increase in multilateral development banks. How is this all playing out at country level, and what do you think are the sort of one or two key issues that Ghana needs to think about? Over to you, Peter.
Right. So thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here to connect with friends like Dec and of course my AELC friends, and to also mention that I have my postdoc Aisha also joining me. She's in the room. Thank you very much for coming, Aisha. Ghana, we know, has been one of the donor pets, I might put in the 90s. So we tended to be very aid dependent at the time. We've been struggling to raise domestic revenue, and I think the IMF gentleman was quite spot on in bringing in reforms. So it's been a challenge. And of course, we're hit by this global crunch where we woke up one day when we were told we're a middle-income country, and therefore IDA concessional financing became a problem. We're not accessing concessional funds. So you see many African countries, including Ghana, accessing the capital market. And I had a graph. If you saw the trend, it's quite striking, with interest rates of about 8 to 10%, quite high. So all of this led to debt issues. Debts became unsustainable. Zambia, Ghana, even Ethiopia, struggling with debt issues and many others. So then it became a problem, and we had to seek IMF support for the 17th time. So in the midst of post-COVID effect, we had to seek IMF support, which actually was good. It brings stability, it brings confidence, but also front loads fiscal consolidation. What it means is that if your deficit was 8, 10% of GDP, you have to reduce deficit to below 5% in the shortest possible time. It came with technical support. It came with a $3 billion financing, which helps to stabilize the exchange rate. But this is our challenges that and support that came on board. Then we've seen some other areas of cost in terms of high interest payments. We saw high deficit. We saw exchange rate depreciation, significant depreciations. And then we were shut from the capital market because of the rating agencies. I mean, in the space of time, Ghana received about 3 or 4 downgrades and completely were shut from the capital market. So now you have an economy shut from the capital market. You used to be aid dependent. There is no aid coming. What do? Thankfully, with the IMF support, we were able to ensure fiscal stability. But the good thing is that gold prices began to increase. Gold price per ounce was around 1,000 something, then to 2,000. It's gone to $3,500, and it's being anticipated or predicted to be around $4,000. So there's this windfall which Ghana is enjoying. Our gold exports as a proportion of total export revenue is about 50%. What we are doing now is to get more from gold, and then luckily a lot of central banks are using gold as reserves instead of the US dollar. I mean, because of what the geopolitics about the US dollar, so it's also helping to shore up our reserves. Reserves have increased considerably, and exchange rate has appreciated. Up until now, we've had about 40% appreciation in the exchange rate, unlike previously where depreciation was a major problem. I mean, people lost confidence in holding their local currency. Now it's reversed, and so we've seen stability, we've seen fiscal discipline with the IMF program on board, and I think we should invest more of this windfall, because commodity price booms, we know what happens. You would enjoy the boom at some point, but it will fall as it tumble at some point. So that, for me, is one of the things we need to look at. I must mention that we went through a debt exchange program under the IMF program, one of the most painful exercise, because people had invested and they had to recalibrate their interest rates, reduce interest rate. There are some who are on pensions and have invested and living on the coupons, and now they had to lose money, and pension funds, pensioners losing money, and it was quite a painful exercise. So it's a lesson not to overborrow. I think that's one of the lessons we need to learn from this debt exchange program. I should add that we have to invest in other sectors. There's the need to diversify in terms of going forward. strict fiscal discipline is what the country needs. Now the discussion is what happens after the IMF, post-IMF. Are we going to revert to the old ways of doing things, or we will stick to strict fiscal conditions? But I think, in all, despite all the global challenges, the turbulence, we've been able to stabilize the economy. We've been able to live within our means, and we see some progress in terms of growth. We've seen stability. Growth is predicted to be around 4.2 to 4.5 or even 5% this year and even the year beyond. If we are able to maintain this rate of stability and growth, then we can then open up to accessing finance from capital markets. Climate finance is one of the ways we are also accessing finance, but that is not very significant, I must say. We need more domestic revenue mobilization. At the moment, it's around 14% of GDP. The target is to move to 20% of GDP. And I think with the reforms in tax collection, etc., we are going there. My last point is with the IMF program. It brings stability, it brings confidence, but also brings some pain in the sense that you cannot recruit. There's sometimes what they term net employment. So if somebody leaves employment, that is when you can replace, but you cannot add on. And we have a teeming growing youth. You know, the universities, all the institutions of training are churning out people. So if you have for 3, 4, 5 years a program that you cannot employ, then it tells you you are building up a critical mass with a lot of energy who can cause mayhem. And I think we need to put a human face to some of these programs. In as much as it's doing a lot of good, we need to look at the effects of some of these adjustments. I will stop there for now. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. A very interesting observation as well on particularly on the sort of the use of the IMF programs. And so we've been engaging in Sri Lanka, but also in Pakistan, you've got similar stories that, and I gather Ghana as well, that you're going for the 17th IMF program, and in both in Sri Lanka and Pakistan, I think it's the same number as well. And so the issue is one around that often the first 1 or 2 years of the 3-year program, the country's doing well, but the 3rd year it might be going off track, and it's also not doing enough to really diversify and be the one that you mentioned, the importance of diversification, in order to sort of come out of the crisis in a different way, in a more transformed way, so that you don't need an 18th or a 19th IMF program. And I think that's still breaking that cycle is going to be more important now than ever. I think also the interesting thing is about gold prices that you mentioned. I think Phyllis Papa-David's on the screen has just done a briefing also on that, on the use of the price of gold, and that in part it reflects sort of the markets, but also in part it also reflects how central banks are increasingly holding gold as well. And I think there's a demand for more gold, and the prices are going up, and it's almost like an automatic stabilizer at the moment during the crisis. So that is an interesting observation that you highlighted. So I think we've heard quite a few different inputs. I mean, we heard about differences in how emerging markets are affected in terms of FDI versus portfolio flows. We heard a bit about sort of the different types and ways in which multinationals interact with countries. But we also heard about sort of that things really need to be done differently and in different ways. We need to work differently. We need to think about partnerships. There are interesting ways forward. Michael was mentioning about partnerships around trade finance. Collaboration was also highlighted by Vanish. Peter, you also highlighted collaboration with IMF as well. And I think Ruth, you mentioned partnerships with all the institutions here. So I think that's an important message. So let me then turn to the audience. We have about 20-25 minutes to have questions and answers. And I'd just like to take a few questions, and you can make it, you stand up and maybe, or sit down, but introduce yourself, who you are, make a point. And if you have a specific question, you can always say who you direct it to. But I hope to get back to the panel, all of the panelists, to address some of the questions. I hope to sort of take 2 rounds or so. Who'd like to go first to address some of the ask some of the questions to some of the audiences. I don't think that of you. You may want to wait for the microphone so that the online audiences can also join in, and I'll see whether there are any questions from online.
Thank you. Jessica here from Comonix Mobilist. My question is aimed at Ruth. I am a University of the West Indies alumni, so the question will make a little bit more sense. How is the Commonwealth Secretariat using its soft power to encourage developed markets to better measure and reduce carbon emissions, which disproportionately impact small island developing states who contribute far less to global emissions than obviously more developed markets? Also, you speak about the role of regional capital markets. How do we help build them when regions such as the Caribbean in particular are so susceptible to these natural disasters that then set them back years in terms of economic development? You also mentioned diaspora investment. Again, as you mentioned in response to our colleague Leo's question, how do we support as part of the youth diaspora when the economy and the cost of living is so high in developed markets such as these? How do we support them? Thank you.
Good. Are there any other questions? I mean, otherwise we can go first here to Ruth. You want to go?
Yes. Some Leo spoke earlier. So my question is the panel. Africa's GDP is still trades economies to most. It's very small, largely because of, and it has 1.4 billion people that are in Africa. However, compared to more advanced economies such as the UK, its GDP is very small. Maybe that's because of power purchasing parity. I'm not sure. That could be one of the reasons why it's small. However, Africa needs to kind of industrialize around its own value systems, its own chains, and instead of exporting finance goods, more refine the goods, increase the skill shortages, and build the skills inside the continent. And what I think we find now most of the time is a lot of the skills content is being shipped elsewhere to more developing countries, such as into Asia, where the goods are being transported. I think what we see now, especially with the critical minerals sector, where a lot of the goods are being refined in China, where most of them are coming from Africa themselves. And what even gold refineries are not being built in Africa, they're being built elsewhere, exported elsewhere. Whereas it creates that sort of skill gap, whereas people in other countries are developing those skills, Africa itself isn't developing those skills. And how does like organizations as IMF and the World Bank sort of being loan providers become more core builders instead of and creating policies that is essentially enact more policy towards jobs being created in Africa rather than being exported elsewhere through loan facilities? How do we essentially build that gap?
Okay, thank you. The lady behind you.
Hi, I'm Johari. I just finished my master's in University of Edinburgh doing climate finance, which is, yeah. I did my research in small island developing states and I searched innovative finance mechanisms. So I wanted to ask, in a lot of my research, I found that finance mechanisms are supposed to alleviate debt constraints for these small island developing states, but they're not diversified in the sectors that they're going into. So it's tourism and fisheries. How can we expand the sectors that they're going to, specifically in technology, capacity building, which I found were really lower funded? And how can these states or you address this when going into like building these innovative finance mechanisms? Thank you.
And Laura?
Thank you. Laura Kelly from the International Institute for Environment and Development. Really interesting comments and picking up on some of the discussion earlier as well. Talking about the fragmented financial system and the need to increase domestic resource mobilization, more taxes, more diversified economies. In many of the countries we're talking about, particularly in Africa, but also even in India, the informal economy is huge. and there are real disincentives for many small and medium-sized enterprises to enter the formal economy. I was thinking about the Threads example, Richard, you mentioned. That sounds like it might be something the government of India has set up because those companies would otherwise go under the tax radar. I think this is quite an interesting area. We do a lot of work at IID on the end of value chains with small producers. So I just wondered, sort of across the panel, thoughts on how to really get, how to engage with the formal economy. We try not to talk about formalization, but how to get them to really contribute to the economy. Thank you.
All right. Let me first go to the panel now, and take them one at a time, and you can respond to the questions. I think it would be useful also to respond in a way that also thinks about the new geopolitical context. So it's not just any issue, but particularly in the new geopolitical context. So we talked about the soft power, for example, for the Commonwealth Secretariat. Would you expect there to be a stronger role of the Commonwealth Secretariat or the Commonwealth in a current context of geopolitical fragmentation, because it contains certain countries, doesn't have other countries. In terms of gold, the gold price, I think maybe Phyllis would like to address that issue as well. Is there a different role for the gold price in the current geopolitical context? I think in this, and for the IMF, I think it would also be interesting to sort of see whether you think that dealing with debt crises is now more important, more difficult, more challenging in the current context than it was perhaps a couple of years ago, 5, 10 years ago. Is it more difficult? Is it the same way? And we just deal with, you mentioned about 20 programs that you have currently in Sub-Saharan Africa. It's the same story, the same way as we had it like 10 years ago. 20 years ago, you didn't have any. Very few programs, I think, and we were talking about the relevance of the IMF. We now think about the other way around. Can we keep the important role of the IMF? How long can we keep it in this way? Let me first go to Rodney, if you may want to, and then take over panelist here.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Let me start from what I think is one of the important things for Africa, and that is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which no one, let me be honest, takes it seriously. Everyone talks about it, but this is such a big opportunity. It's creating not just also financing in terms of banking, in terms of creating markets. Here is an own goal. I mean, no one is taking this seriously. Crossing borders, moving across, everyone talks the talk, but no one walks the walk. And I was part of the G20 task forces, and one of our recommendations of industrial transformation is that individually, all of these markets are too small to really go anywhere. So integration makes sense. To survive in a multipolar world, you have to have, someone once told me this very simple thing. He said something called the golden rule. He who has the gold makes the rules. And I've found this very, very useful in the issue of development. You cannot bargain with nothing in your hand. You create a single market, you are able then to go to the table and be taken seriously. But we don't do this. We try and travel across from West Africa to East Africa. It's impossible. Take a truck across. I can guarantee you, it will take you 90 days and you have to spend such a huge amount of money on bribes. It's just not possible. So it's faster to fly to Paris or London. To go from Lagos to Nairobi, you must fly to Paris or London. You can't do it directly. So, nobody takes it seriously. Building the infrastructure, standardizing the institutions, we're not doing so. We're not getting funding from the African Development Bank. Synchronizing everything, not happening. So this is one of the key things that will kickstart African development. But nobody is taking this seriously because everyone's focused on their own political agenda, which is domestic, which I understand, but to some extent. So this is the first point I want to make. Second point is the key thing about all financing, about sustainable development. This is our colleague from Ghana. Yes, gold is wonderful to have this flow of money coming from a commodity, but it's a commodity. By definition, the cycle will go down. On the average return on commodities is about 4% or 5%, because you have peaks of 70% and then you go down over there. And it's going to go down. It's a guarantee. It's like gravity. So are we planning to take this forward? And taking commodities to being processed and to be adding value to them, this is the key driving issue. How do you do that? Creating linkages, creating, again, partnerships with domestic firms, but having the people who can absorb this knowledge. You know, when you have universities and schools producing people with completely useless, information. I would love to give you examples, but I don't have the time, where you find people stuck in technical paradigms from 30 years ago. And it doesn't help anybody. And we don't have the bureaucrats who are skilled enough to actually see the road forward. There are so many under-trained people out there running government programs and policies, implementing policies, which on paper are correct, but they need to move forward. So this is the question, how do you do that? These are kind of practical issues, which I really feel about.
Yeah. I mean, more can be done on the AFCFTA.
Yes.
We're also working pretty hard ourselves. Half our team works on AFCFTA, and I think it's really important to see the opportunities. The intra-Africa trade has increased in 2024 on some databases, and there's a digital trade is actually increasing very, very fast in the African continent compared to other regions. It's faster, growing faster than elsewhere, but from a really low base. And the question also, of course, how does policy support? How can it support it further? So I think absolutely important to take these opportunities. We're going to discuss regional responses tomorrow as well. So in different regions, Asia and Latin America, BRICS as well, in terms of what are the different responses. Ruth.
Yeah, so just that I think at least the mechanism exists to enhance that regional collaboration. So I'll just say one point before you have more time to discuss tomorrow. The fact that it exists, it gives the mechanism, gives the opportunity. And as I said, countries and the region has to take responsibility and ownership. And this is where, sadly, the golden rule doesn't always apply. And if you take he who has the gold makes the rule, is not the case when it comes to Africa. They are the richest region in terms of minerals, but they are not sitting at the table to make the rules. And those kind of things, again, have to be, and these are things we say to our countries, saying you have to take ownership. You should also own the riches that you actually have in your region. So you talked, from that I respond to your point, Dirk, saying, do we want to be soft power or become? And I would say, I think it's a very interesting question, and I could take a long time to answer it. But just to say shortly, briefly, I think the advantage of the Commonwealth is its soft power. And it's the perception or the reality of how countries see us not as an other, but as one of them. And that gives an advantage of that soft power, which you can sort of move things, communicate things with countries, which many other institutions cannot do the way we can. Now, let me go to this University of West Indies lady about small states. And that brings me to that point. For more than, for a long time, the Commonwealth has been a friend to the small states when nobody else was there. So I say very often that the Paris Agreement would not have happened in 2015, except for the voice of the small states. And it's not in 1 year, 2 year. For decades, when the Commonwealth was holding hands with the small states and trying to give them the empowerment and voice, was being heard very slowly. Eventually, in 2015, the global community took note of it. Otherwise, it could have been even more delayed. So connecting these two about climate as well. So I think that friendship, that sort of support that Commonwealth has given. But today, if you go to the COPs, you can see the small states are empowered, their voice is heard, and I think they are holding the developed world accountable. And at the same time, I take, sometimes I worry about things like past versus the present and volume versus past volumes. Yeah, if you look at regional changes in population sizes, where the volume of the population aspiring to consume as much as a developed economy does, that is more dangerous for us as a future world. I should not want to name names, but we have to be conscious of that as well. But at the end of the day, small states have a challenge. And this is where we are all involved in how do we help this financing. We do have, Commonwealth has a financing mechanism, which we have been working primarily with small states originally, but also other states, is this Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, which is about 10 years old now, where we embed advisors in climate environment ministries, actually helping countries to write those. These are some simple capacity building that countries need. So those are some things, but also more broadly about accountability. How to support youth diaspora, wish to support, or okay, I will answer one more thing on the informal economy. I think it's extremely important. One of the key pillars in our strategic plan is about supporting and enhancing MSMEs, even including access to global markets and value chains. Now, I think this young people and technology will drive it because they adopt the technology. That is why things are moving faster than they did before, because they are going to drive it. For them, technology is like, it's pretty much part of their everyday life, and hence the digital trade, that's why it's increasing much faster, and also in the region with the young population, it will increase more. But this is where I think that circular economy and interconnecting with the opportunities that are there on all sides is extremely important. And learning from India, of course, has been big on informal economy. And I think those examples are important in terms of how do we learn from each other, how do we enable greater investment. So our priorities, when we are focusing a priority on trade and investment, a key priority would be also how do we create opportunities for SMEs in particular. So there are some initiatives that we have at the Commonwealth called the Commonwealth Trade Finance Facility and all these things, particularly focusing on small states.
Thanks. That's really great. I just agree on the sort of the Paris Agreement that you mentioned, and I was working with the Commonwealth Secretariat from ODI to work on the D20 Small States Forum, and at that time, and I think then this discussion in the Caribbean took place not just with the small island states or the small states, but also some of there were 5 D20 countries in the Commonwealth, and that collective gave fresh impetus towards the Paris Agreement. I do agree on that. Maybe the world needs more like these type of bodies in the future. Michael, 2 or 3 minutes each for the final panelists, and then we go.
Yeah, just really to touch on this final point, because I think it's really important. I mean, we talked about in the earlier sessions, this rebalancing from sort of donor and recipient basically into partnerships. And I think that's really important. And the question about, do you allow an informal economy just to thrive? Well, maybe if there are no impacts of that, but what's the impact? If the impact is the total exclusion of large chunks of the middle and SME type sectors of the economy and not getting financed because it's all a bit messy and a bit noisy, then you won't get domestic finance and you won't get international finance. So I think these are not big bang solutions. These are little bits of Lego where you're building them up gradually over time. And the first one, the Indian government knew it was important in a country of 1.34 billion to be able to introduce this central taxation. And not that you're increasing the taxes, we're just digitizing it and making it a little bit more visible. So I can see who's got a tax number. So you're an entity, because one of the biggest issues was, who are you? Know your customer. If you've got a tax number, I know who you are as a corporate. We've got Companies House here. It could be vastly improved with legal identifiers, etc. But that was a good start from the Indian government. And then they realized that the knock-on effect of not having that digitized and centralized was freezing these guys out. Bringing it in, and then adding also this other transactional side, which is when you do these invoices, for example, which are flying around, because it's a big paper chase, it's easy to forge and it's easy to be subject to fraud. This stops the double financing of a lot of this stuff. So money is being presented, given out, and then it goes pop. Everybody loses money, everybody withdraws again. So the cycle is quite volatile. And if you can bring in central registries from that, put them alongside some transactional risk management tools, if you want, and all of a sudden, there's literally tens of billions going through this now. This is access to finance for SMEs that were getting nothing before. They weren't doing it informally, they just weren't getting it. So if we buy the fact that trade has a knock-on effect economically and socially. These are important things to do. And, you know, it's a great success story. They've expanded it now internationally. And then also there's expanded the program sort of into different markets as well. So even a country such as the UK has managed to sort of jump on this bandwagon, and we'll be having electronic invoices soon. We've got the centralized VAT system, but we haven't got the invoices. So we're taking a leaf out of India's book to bring that together and to make this whole secure. If anybody's read First Brands and the whole conversations in the last few months in the press, this is in that space basically. So if you can make that more secure, understand who's doing the business and what they're doing, then you can generate more tax flows, and then it starts to build up. You build the confidence domestically, internationally, and you don't need to give so much because you're earning it anyway. So you've got to take one of these steps bit by bit and a bit of joined up thinking.
Very interesting, Michael. Peter.
Yes, I think the point about the lady concerning attracting finance into critical sectors is very, very important. It all depends on policy. If you look at FDI, it's in Africa, it's mostly attracted into the extractives because of the incentives they provided. Ghana, for instance, gave a policy where you could retain 60 to 80% of your export revenue. So that, you know, encourage, because it's capital intensive. But in so doing, you also creating a problem for your foreign exchange market, because then there's no reverse flow for you to manage your forex. But then again, the point is having the right policies to attract investment into that area. There was a question about adding value. Africa's GDP is small. That is very true. There's little value added, more of commodity export. So the direction would be to add more value and export. Then my last point is on your point about dealing with debt crisis. It's become very, very complex now. Previously, as I mentioned, our debts were more into multilateral, bilateral. So it was easy to engage and have debt cancellation, whatever. Now, African countries have moved towards the commercial market, private capital, and you have to negotiate carefully with all these countries. China, for instance, was a major problem when we were undergoing our debt exchange program. It took a lot of effort, sometimes even setting the date. What period is your debt going to be affected, and all that became a very complex one. We had over 25 official creditors, and you have to negotiate with each of them different instruments. You know, I was amazed when I saw the kinds of instruments, and it's just complex. And I think complex. It makes that, you know, very difficult. Thank you.
Antonio, do you agree? Is it complex? Is it easy for you?
Yes, no, absolutely. I fully agree. It's complex, and it became increasingly complex. So I think we are in a different world now. Before, we had the Paris Club official creditors that had a very clearly understood and well-established procedures. No, I think that as Peter was alluding to, the creditor landscape has changed quite a bit. We have non-traditional creditors, including China, and official creditors, including China and others. We have increased private sector participation. Luckily, as you are all aware, the G20 has established this common framework that has helped in that dimension. I mean, that treatment, as we call it, issues is essentially a coordination problem, right? And so this common framework sort of provides the mechanisms to go through that. The initial countries that were subject to the framework, it's true that the process took an enormous amount of time, but there has been some progress, some improvement, and it's become faster, but certainly more complex than it was in the past. In terms of depicting the picture for countries in Africa or developing countries in general as being in the brink of a systemic debt crisis, I would argue against that a little bit, push back against that. It is true, and I will be the first to say that when we look at sub-Saharan Africa, we have about 20 countries for which we, the IMF, say that debt is in high risk of debt distress or already in debt distress. But I think that in some cases, debt treatment, debt restructure will be inevitable, but that's not true for all of those countries. And I think Peter was in his previous intervention, he gave a very concrete example of the costs of restructuring, right? We shouldn't fool ourselves and think that restructuring is a free lunch. No, it's inevitable sometimes, especially when debt is unsustainable, even under fiscal adjustment and reforms. But it has very practical implications, as Peter was saying, for on the domestic side, for savers, for banks. There's increasingly a sort of sovereign bank nexus that we can see in African countries as well. So sovereign debt representing a large share of banks' portfolios. So if you restructure that, you're going to have an implication for financial stability as well and financial soundness. So we need to be aware of that. And even external debt restructure is also time-consuming and costly, as I was mentioning before. So we need to costly in terms of GDP growth, access to financing later on in the future, etc. So we shouldn't take this lightly at all. Albeit I'm the first to admit that in some cases it's necessary and it's the only way to go. I think just to jump in on this one question from the audience about the role of IMF, World Bank, and international institutions on this issue of building skills and increasing the complexity of the economy, value added and all that. So specifically on the role of the IMF, very quickly, I mean, we're not a development institution per se. We're more about, providing financing to ensure macroeconomic stability and address balance of payments needs. But I think that's macro stability is a precondition. No? If you don't have that, you're not going to be able to move ahead and build this more complex and developed economies. And at the same time, in our programs, we try to support reforms that are going to improve the investment climate for the private sector, and they might be able to boost growth and also lead to this structural transformation that it's required. And in terms of the skill building and education spending, this is something that increasingly our programs will try to protect. The IMF programs typically involve some sort of fiscal adjustment, as Peter was alluding to in the case of Ghana. But we try to protect social spending when it comes to that. And by social spending, essentially, we're talking about education and health, and try to carve as much as possible of that out from the fiscal adjustment increasingly in our program. So this is one way we're trying to address these issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Antonio. I mean, one thing that you mentioned was about debt restructuring and the importance there, and that's perhaps what is needed, right? Deep debt restructuring fast when some crises come, and that's maybe. I mean, I think Colin, you mentioned that as well. That sometimes that may be the best way forward. Otherwise, we risk becoming a Greece. That took like a decade to overcome, I think, the challenges. Phyllis, the first comment of the panel, also the final comment of the panel. Over to you.
Thank you. Just to pick up on the point on the value added from some of the sub-Saharan African economies, and I mean, productivity is falling in many countries just globally, as well as investment shares. And the key thing, I think the one thing that the research points to in terms of long-term growth is this issue of skills and vocational training and employment for youth. So an indicator that a lot of people don't look at and don't mention is the NEET rate. So the proportion of youngsters that are not in employment, education, or training. It's going up everywhere, and in China, I think it's a quarter of the young population. So, I mean, I think that's a key variable to look at and monitor. And the link with finance, of course, it was mentioned earlier, is FDI. So that is a very important factor in terms of building up the skills and the vocational training. I remember speaking to someone in Norway years ago from the oil fund, the pension fund that invests the oil revenues, and oil was dropping at the time. And the portfolio manager said, well, we're not very worried about the oil price dropping because we have a very strong program to retrain our staff in other in other sectors and in other jobs and jobs that are related. But so, I mean, I do think it's very important in terms of just overall resilience, this issue of the youth and youngsters. that's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Very important observation there to finish off with. That brings us to the end of the panel. I think a lot has been discussed, and it's a broad topic from different perspectives. I think one or two things I hope that stick with us is, one was the observation that things are changing, and including as a result of the geopolitical context. And so financial flows are different. We're seeing less investment, for example, as well, currently taking place, which may have productivity effects, or and other things are occurring. And we need to work out a bit more when we've got more data, as it were, in a bit longer period of time, when what exactly is the result of the geopolitical context, what is just the general market, what is cyclical, what is structural, and what are the changes. Some say there are some real structural changes there. We then also observed sort of some new ways in which you could deal with these challenges, and perhaps also so like the trade finance issue that was discussed, or some other ways, domestic resource mobilization. Some things we have discussed before, but there are also some new ways that have come to the forefront. And we've also discussed that things may become more difficult. So it may be a bit more difficult to get debt restructuring going. So we do need to watch this space and think a bit more about how to navigate the change. We need to analyze what the changes are. And we need to we need to observe what are the current responses taking place, and also thinking more about the changes that are needed to support lower middle income countries in the new political context. And I think one example was the IMF talking about political economy, for example. There's something new, right? So what are the new things that we see here? Thanks so much for the panel, and let's reconvene in about 10 minutes for the final panel. Thank you so much.
I do not know. Maybe Angela is. Hello, hello. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. Shall we start? Colleagues. Okay, so I think it's time for us to start with this final session today. So I think it's already dark outside. We are already late. And this session is about China. So when geopolitics, this word is concerned, we cannot avoid talking about China. So China is one of the most often talked countries, but people know that the way that China is interacting with the international community is that the government has been directly involved. So that itself is a part of geopolitical conflicts. And this is not new. This has been for many years. But now we are here to talk about something emerging new things in terms of geopolitical fragmentation, because we have been seeing China is doing the similar thing in the past maybe 2 decades. When China invested, they invested in aligned countries. So what are the new things? Probably, if I can think about this, elevated geopolitical fragmentation, I would say there are something new, and that is the third-party countries are now, they have to maybe take a side before they make any investment trade decisions. But this is something new that we should think of. But today we are talking about what is the changing position in terms of China's outward foreign direct investment. So we have 3 speakers, including myself. We have Dr. Yang Knowledge, who is from King's College London. And we have Jeffrey, actually I cannot pronounce your last name, sorry. Jeffrey is actually working with me as a postdoc at the Center for Global Finance, SOIS, University of London. So we 3 will present a kind of academic-oriented papers today. So just to give you a little bit of flavor, after this very, very interactive, important session, policy session, and see how much we have in terms of the, from the academic perspective, what do we see about China's OFDI in this context? So I will just briefly introduce Yang. Yang is a reader in China and the global political economy at King's College London. And he has been working on foreign direct investment, outward foreign direct investment for a very long time, and published extensively on this topic. And also, Yang's research is connected to political economy. So Yang is going to talk about actually fragmentation, thinking about what we have been observing on this. And Jeffrey, as I said, that has been a PhD, was a PhD at SOIS, actually was under the supervision of Victor before Victor moved to Nairobi. And and now Jeffrey is doing a postdoc with me. We also have a PhD who is not in this room. So, so without further ado, so I think I'm going to start with the presentation since I'm chairing. So the format is each of us will present about 15 minutes, and that was the plan. And then we will have a small within group open discussion. And then we open the floor to the audience. for Q&A. It depends on how we are going. It's all flexible. So for me, I'm going to start with my presentation. Yeah, so this is basically a work in progress with one of my former PhD students. And he's now assistant professor in Providence University, actually in Taiwan. Okay. So what we are talking about in this paper is actually after the first round of US-China trade war. So we focused on not trade export, we focused on fixed investment or corporate investment, because corporate investment is the core activity of non-financial firms. And we also observed that there are many articles who have documented the spillover effect. So even though the trade war took place between US and China, but we see a lot of other countries responded to this as well. So, and of course, in the context of ongoing geopolitical fragmentation in different areas now. So we hope we can draw some conclusions or implications that we can think further. So the research question we asked in this paper is, how has the US-China trade war changed the Chinese firms' investment behavior? And what are the channels that carry those impact? And whether or not Chinese firms have used outward OFDI to hedge. So I call this a real hedge because it's a real activity rather than financial. So we contributed, we read a lot from the literature, and we think we filled some gaps in the literature in the following 4 areas. First of all, when we discuss about the impact of trade war, we distinguish between exporting firms and importing firms. And we have not seen that many evidence how they respond differently. And we also, in terms of the channels, in the literature, there is very often one channel, which is uncertainty channel. So trade policy uncertainty, but we add demand channel and financial constraint channel, because firms are hurt by trade war. So we had some evidence on that as well. And then we also link investment inefficiency to this trade war. And that was motivated by the overcapacity problem. So the people heard a lot of complaints against China about the Chinese firms, say they are because they produced too much, so they basically they created the problem. So we linked this, and lastly, as I mentioned, whether or not there is a real hedging. And if you look at what we have here, actually I can look at here. So if we look at this, the blue bars represent the firms that were affected by the trade war. So we call that economically treated firms. And the orange bars, they are for firms that were not really affected that much. If you look at their investment and over investment or inefficiency, you can see the blue bars, they went down obviously after 2008 and 9, the first round of financial trade war. So this is something that we want to explain a little bit. I will skip those literature given the time, but we already have seen a lot of studies that examined the impact on the trade. Basically, the 2 big countries, the US and China, they cut their trade with each other both ways. However, they diverted to third countries. We call them the so-called connector countries. And that's the pattern. In terms of real activities, I can show that those activities are all mentioned in the literature, and they are all negatively affected apart from one, innovation. So some researchers, they say they provided evidence that under pressure, under trade war, higher tariffs, firms became more innovative, such as the Chinese firms who are in the AI industry. Okay, so but in general, they are not good for firms' real activity. And the next one is about OFDI, and this is new. This is more current. So there are some evidence, but they are more descriptive evidence. They say that there are some reallocation of FDI. And for example, those third connector countries actually are doing more trade with America, but in fact, they are more connected with China in terms of FDI. So that's basically the idea about this trend. For people who are interested, you can go to this is it. So the last bit about this is there is an issue about how to measure this uncertainty. And in the literature, there are some different measurements. For example, if you know the tariff data, you can directly match the tariff with the firms. If you know the, for example, cases, anti-dumping cases, you can just match. But if you do not know, you can still use a significant event, such as, the trade war and Ukraine war. And the last bit is about finance method. You can do an event study to construct the measure. So that's basically what we have seen. This is a little bit technical, but this is our fundamental thing for this paper. So what we care about is actually those, the term, sorry, it's not, I cannot use this one probably, trade times post. So this is a DID model. I'm not going to extend this model, but the idea is we focused on what we classify the firms into two groups, whether they are affected and compare them with firms that are not affected, and that is treated versus control. And then we use another dummy variable post to check the behavior, whether the behavior is different after the trade war. So that's basically the idea of using this model, but I do not want to extend this model. So we use this model, we collected the data from different sources, firm level data and OFDI data, also the tariff data from the official website, and also some other related stock market data. So in fact, we have a large sample of Chinese non-financial firms during the period of, I think it is, 2011 to 2023. So I'm going to skip this again, given the time, but I would say one thing, we used the event study method to construct the measure to check whether or not the firm is affected. So the idea is we use the announcement date of high tariffs from the US and also from the Chinese side. We looked at the stock market return. So if the stock market reacted to those announcements negatively, we define the firm is a firm that is affected. So we use this in our empirical analysis, and of course we also check the real tariff. So we use the tariff data to do as an alternative. So I'm going to skip this, but in summary, our treated firms are larger. They are, for example, this is export firm. If you see the state, and they are more state-connected firms, and they sometimes they are larger, they are stronger, they are profitable, but they sometimes they are state-connected. So we do different types of empirical analysis. The first one is the impact of trade war on firm investment. I'm going to skip the process, how we did it, but this is the result. So we have 14 tables, but I did not put up any tables today for you. So Chinese exporting firms, they cut fixed investment in response to the trade war. And therefore, their overinvestment, investment efficiency actually has been cut, has been going down after the trade war, which is probably a good thing. But the importing firms, the firms that are affected by Chinese retaliatory tariffs, they actually increase the investment. So that's basically the first one. And the second empirical analysis is, yes. So the second one is about the channels. I said we checked the demand channel, the financial constraint channel, the uncertainty channel, and this is the summary of the results. So treated export equals 1, that's for exporting firms. And treated US equals 1 are also for exporting firms. So demand channel is we define this as the firm actually experienced a positive change in sales during the whole period. So they have a very strong demand. And liquidity is something that they have more cash and cash equivalent, etc. So they are strong in terms of their liquidity position. Uncertainty is the stock market volatility. If you see this table, the negative signs happens just for the firms that have suffered from the loss of demand. They suffered from a lower liquidity. They are facing more financial constraints, and they are facing high uncertainty. So that's basically the idea of these channels. So 3 channels take effect. They are all valid, but the impact on exporting firms is more profound. And the last bit is about the real hedging. For real hedging, at the moment, we used another model because we only have OFDI as an indicator, dummy variable, but we are working on that to collect more OFDI data from another source to match firms. But what we found is that both exporting and importing firms, they go outside, they increase their outward foreign direct investment. So that's basically the idea for both groups of firms. And the last bit is only one table. So in terms of policy implications, so I think this is something that we did not talk about export. We focused on investment, domestic investment, because this is something that is connected with other firms in emerging markets and developing economies, because they are still exporting to them. So, and the result on the different responses between exporting and importing firms are actually useful, because the policymakers should design any policy that consider the differences of those different firms rather than one policy. And Yeah, in terms of OFDI, we are still doing more, but at the moment, our result is consistent with the ongoing literature. So there is a sign of reallocation, and particularly this is for Chinese manufacturing firms, and that will raise more questions about what happens in the next few years. So what policy makers should do in terms of considering the relocation, the impact of the relocation, the lack of more OFDI, lack of capital, and then what are the impact on the real activities. So I think that's mine. So we finish all the presentation and then we open the discussion. So this is, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, this is working. I need the. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Hong, for the kind invitation to this conference. I've followed the other two sessions, and I've already learned a lot and taken careful notes. Now it's my turn, and I hope I can deliver something as equally interesting. So I'm going to offer a think piece, I think, also a developing think piece, so it's not finalized or anything. Trying to address the theme of the conference: how does outward foreign direct investment from China, what does it have to do with fragmentation? And I'm not going to be comprehensive, so maybe you have further points. Yeah, it's taken from different strands of my research plus further thoughts. Okay. I will focus on FDI. That's very important. I'm not going to discuss loans. I'm not going to discuss project finance, very different type of financing. And I think my main point will be that it's a double-sided issue. Chinese outward FDI has contributed to fueling fragmentation. It's not the only thing, but it has played a role. And it is affected by fragmentation. So it's a two-part presentation. First, I will start with the fueling of fragmentation. And why has it fueled fragmentation? Because before China came along, Chinese firms, we had largely Western advanced economies doing the global FDI. And suddenly you have this new player who, with vast increases in FDI over 20 years, very quickly, globally operating from a system that is, we call often state capitalist, meaning many of the firms are state-owned or they are state-backed. Not like the firms that come from Britain, for example. So they're different. They want to acquire know-how overseas. They can do things overseas that firms from overseas cannot do in China, so it's not fair. There's lack of reciprocity. China growing as a strategic competitor and being authoritarian. So very different from former players in former multinationals that have been operating previously before China came around, right? So these are unique characteristics from a strategic competitor. As a result, I think we've seen a trend of politicization or even securitization of Chinese FDI, in particular in the developed world, but also somewhat in the developing world. And so what I have done in prior work is I have developed five types of politicization. I'll just mention them quickly. One is the structural power. And I think the point here is these could be all things where China can have a political or security role. But there are also arguments on each of these points why it doesn't really play a huge role politically, okay, Chinese firms. Okay, so structural power meaning the power of all multinationals from one country collectively able to influence the global order, international economic order. Well, I think the only group of firms you can really attribute that to is US multinationals. They have played a role in formulating the current rules-based system. But China is not there yet. Yeah, influence and leverage, maybe Chinese firms, if you have many Chinese firms in one country, they can exert influence and leverage. Greece is often brought up as an example. They buy a port, so Greece votes certain things in the European Union. But again, try to find many examples. I don't find many. Third one is China invests overseas to get technologies and bring them back to China and help China catch up or move ahead. Yes, that probably has happened, but there are significant limitations. Western counterparts have prevented China from doing this as well. The fourth one is this idea of malicious activities, the latest one being electric buses in Denmark and Norway. That's the news from yesterday morning, that they're looking into Chinese-made electric buses, and that you could switch them off midway. So these kinds of things. Again, possible, has never happened, right? So, how likely might it be? And the fifth one is China expands its soft power through outward FDI, maybe, but it's also an avenue for foreigners to exert soft power in China. So it's a two-way street, I would say. So the point I'm here making, yes, there's a politicization of FDI. It has happened. The thinking of China using FDI for political ends, economic statecraft, has been going around. But I think there's mixed evidence of this, personally. But it doesn't really matter whether it's actually happening or not, because the final point is, well, people have perceived this to be the case here in the UK and in Western advanced economies, and they have been suspicious, and that is what mattered for the process of fragmentation to take hold, right? Doesn't matter what actually happens, but what people believe might be happening. Okay? And it's not just an advanced economy thing. So just as one example, for example, when China tried to build or wanted to build a space monitoring station in Argentina about 10 years ago, there were fierce debates in the parliament about building it, because obviously it has security implications, can be used for espionage and so on. But what happened is what happens usually with these things, they go through, at least until recently, and that happened there as well. But these are concerns several countries hold about Chinese investments. And I think, and this is an important point from my point of view, on top of this, what fueled this further is this lack of differentiation between project finance and OFDI stock, right? So at the top right, at the right, you have project finance, and you see a lot of project finance loans go to developing countries from China. But on the left, you see OFDI, and you see a lot of OFDI goes to developed economies, right? And the OFDI is not as politicized. These are multinational enterprises actually putting their own money in to make an investment. Often it's manufacturing things, building things. Whereas on the other side, as a government, the loans are governments making investments. And these are obviously political, because it's the government making the investment or providing the loan. So the colleague here, who unfortunately is not well, is an expert on this. So Linda, I would normally leave it to her to discuss this further. But it's an interesting phenomenon. Chinese investments is, you have to separate between at least these two to understand the political dimension of Chinese investments. All right. So somehow Chinese FDI, Chinese investments have fueled fragmentation, right? So they have our suspicions. So what is the impact of this then? And so the second half of my presentation is, how is China now experiencing this fragmentation? How are Chinese companies doing FDI experiencing this fragmentation? And I have these 5 points, and these are really work in progress for broadly developed for this meeting, in fact. So, these are 5 types, and I think the interesting thing about it, we see them sort of intensifying, but these are things that Chinese firms, many of these things, Chinese firms have been doing them for quite a long time, in fact. So let me come to that in further detail. So first of all, what happened because of perceived or real concerns about political dimension of Chinese FDI is that many countries started restricting or imposing restrictions on Chinese investments. So that started in 2016, when there was a pretty large amount of Chinese investments going out. And you can see that from 2020 onwards, 2019, lots of countries came in to actually strengthen investment screening or in putting it in place. So they could screen an investment that they think jeopardizes national security. So even the UK came in with one, it didn't have a system before. Now it has one since 2021. It applies to all investors from everywhere, but clearly the agenda was for many governments that China was, and Chinese firms were coming along, and all these uncertainties were attached to them. Okay, and this is also not limited to advanced economies. Many emerging markets and developing economies have introduced investment screening, but not as tough as yet as advanced economies. I think the interesting point about this is that they were all put in place, but most investments will still go ahead. So very few investments actually get blocked. The statistics say that. So most of the time investments go ahead, but for China, it had a chilling effect. China basically, many Chinese firms were subsequently decided it may not be better to pursue investments in certain locations, and FDI from China went down in many countries. The second is reassurance. So what China has done for a long time, actually, and is probably intensifying, it's reassuring global audiences that investments are benign and that these concerns are not legitimate. Right, and there are various strategies here. You see a move to greenfield investments, right? So the concern is often with Chinese firms buying European firms, for example. So they start introducing greenfield FDI. And this greenfield FDI goes elsewhere. That may be interesting for some economies, right? It doesn't go here, but it often goes in Europe, it goes to Hungary. So it could go elsewhere, right? To developing or emerging markets potentially. And greenfield is, they have to build a factory by themselves, so it's much more desired type of investment, much less controversial. So they do that now much more often. There are more private firms investing, as you can see in that graph. And what you find them doing is, they try to localize, so become local firms and engage with local communities. The Chinese government is promoting good citizenship and corporate social responsibility more than in China. It's trying to make its state-owned firms really have good corporate social responsibility records and good citizenship records when they're overseas. There's codes of conduct for that. They do things like light touch, so they buy firms. When they buy firms, they've always done that. They actually don't integrate them, but they just leave them in foreign hands and management. And you have other things like here in the UK, you have the cybersecurity evaluations. So the idea is a grant agency, right? In Africa, actually, there's a lot of talk about granting agencies to Chinese firms, to Chinese firms or China granting agencies to African entities, African governments to sort of say, we come, but you tell us how you want to engage with us, right? So that's also happening. That's seeing the acquisitions going up and down again in 2016. Diversification, that also happened before. That's not new because China has a labor cost problem. Labor costs are going up, so they have to diversify out of China. But what's happening now is that, as I said, they're diversifying out of Western Europe, out of the United States because of screening, the cooling investment environment. They're diversifying out of China, not only because of labor costs, because of trade barriers. So they go to places like, I think the big places are really Vietnam, Mexico, and then they export from there to Europe or to the United States. So here there are changes happening as a result of the fragmentation. Yeah, so here's a list of some of the key beneficiaries at the end. Let's see. Concealing, I sort of mentioned this already. Concealing that you're a Chinese investor, also have been doing that for all the time, but I think probably becoming somewhat more normal. Telling everyone that you're a local firm, you're not a Chinese firm, or you're really detached from being a Chinese firm. And I think this one is a good one. So goodwill is, it says at the end, it's a Ugandan firm, or it's a Chinese firm in Uganda, right? You can say made in Kapika, where the Liaoshan Industrial Park, Chinese Industrial Park, in fact, is located, but made in Kapika to build Uganda, right? So they're very Ugandan-oriented framing there. And so that's also a strategy that they often apply. And the fifth one is strategic edge. I felt the need to add that, of course, due to geopolitical fragmentation, for China, but that's been there before as well, but for China, it's becoming also more and more important really to get hold of the key resources for future that matter to future technological development, where they have rare earths in China, but they are actually going overseas as well to acquire all kinds of mines for nickel, cobalt, lithium, things that you can use in batteries and so on. And it seems to me, as I understand it, they have a head start there. They're ahead of the West, and so that's also happening and intensifying as a result of global fragmentation, geopolitical fragmentation. So quickly, I think, opportunities and challenges. I actually got a longer list of opportunities in the end, but you know, FDI remains an opportunity. I think even Chinese FDI, you know, it creates employment, many other things. Participation in China-linked supply chains, since China has to leave, Chinese firms have to leave China, so it's interesting to get these firms, so not only Vietnam gets them. Obviously could attract Chinese mining investment, certainly issues around how to do that best, but it's a potential opportunity. And I think always a theme benefiting from both Chinese and Western engagements. So from an emerging economy point of view, that's always been a theme. We can have both. We're trying to have both. And also expansion of South-South investments. So when China cannot do something anymore because of geopolitical fragmentations, maybe Indian firms in the future, for example, can come in and do this, what China's not doing anymore. Challenges, I think, are more generic. It's an uncertain environment that's not good for business. It's probably going to harm developing and emerging economies as well. Having to choose sides between, or being forced to choose sides between China and the US or the West on these issues, that certainly creates uncertainties and probably will not be beneficial for developing countries. Yeah, I think that's fragmentation of global standards. If China has some standards and the West have other standards and they can't agree on them anymore, then maybe the spillover effects from FDI will be reduced because you have different types of standards, and that will make things more complicated to learn from a developing country point of view. So these are the sort of the points. Happy to take in more for the development of this work, and I'm happy to pass on to the next presentation.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay. This is a joint work with Professor Bo and Professor Murinde. So in this work, we look at the effect of the host nation's sovereign risk on China's overseas infrastructure investment. So, and we specifically cover 2013 to 2023 period. Okay, so to begin, I want to have a quick look at China's investment in infrastructure projects across 110 countries that we cover in this study since 2013, when the Belt and Road Initiative started. So we present this graph alongside the key components of sovereign risk, which are public debt levels and sovereign credit ratings. So we expect rising sovereign debt level to be associated with declining sovereign ratings and lower levels of China's overseas infrastructure investment. So when you look at the two graphs at the top of the screen, you can clearly see that sovereign credit ratings has clearly declined in graph 2, in line with the rising public debt levels in graph 1, which is consistent with our expectations. But when you look at the graphs below, that's graph 3, that's for the OII, the overseas infrastructure investment. We have two patterns between 2013 and 2019. OII barely responded to the rising sovereign risk level. Then we observed this sharp decline in 2020. So these observations is telling us that China's overseas infrastructure investment may not follow the traditional higher risk, lower investment patterns. And that raises one question for us: how come sovereign risk is now more important to China, even though it didn't seem to matter between 2013 and 2019? So a possible explanation is that COVID-19 as a common shock has intensified the negative effect of sovereign risk. So that's what we have investigated in this study. So we make the connection between the host country's sovereign risk and investment levels through the debt overhang theory. In essence, rising public debt levels increase sovereign risk, and higher sovereign risk discourages foreign investors. This is a mechanism that is well documented in the credit risk literature, where it clearly explains how rising public debt levels can become problematic. It suggests that the large risk premiums associated with high debt levels can impose significant cost on the economy, reducing capital formation and economic growth. So these vulnerabilities makes future fiscal policy highly unpredictable and a major source of concerns for investors, because the more these countries borrow, the higher interest they have to pay, and the longer the negative effect of sovereign risk can persist. So as a result, there is lower incentive to invest in high sovereign risk countries. But applying this to China is a little bit interesting because, as we know, China has invested heavily in many developing countries, including vulnerable ones, since 2013. So what we did in this study, we looked at how global shock can change the effect of sovereign risk. So that is what we have basically investigated in this study. Let me put it forward. So we have several recent studies which shows that global shocks such as COVID-19 or the 2008 financial crisis have large and long-lasting effects on the economy, whereas the effect of country-specific shocks are small and short-lived. This is why investment levels tend to decline during global shocks, especially in high sovereign risk nations where investors demand significantly higher returns to compensate for the risk. Something that we also have to remember is that when COVID-19 started, in a lot of countries were already carrying heavy debt levels. By the end of 2020, some of these countries had already defaulted, and their sovereign ratings had also dropped. So that compromised their fiscal credibility and ability to access funds during COVID-19. So while countries with deep markets were able to access funds to invest in health and economic recovery programs, high sovereign risk nations were forced to adopt fiscal austerity during COVID-19 when public investment was most needed. So what we take from all of this is that pre-existing sovereign risk shaped nations' capacity to respond to COVID-19, attract investment, and rebuild the economy. It also shows that shocks like COVID-19 do not create vulnerabilities. They expose them. Global public debt levels and interest payments were already at record levels in 2019. So COVID-19 created the perfect conditions for this risk to materialize. Okay, so when we put together the overview of this literature, then we suggest a negative relationship between sovereign risk and investment levels, and the fact that that relationship can be intensified by global shocks. So we start our empirical investigation by looking at how the interaction between sovereign risk and COVID-19 influenced China's overseas infrastructure investment. So because the level of reduction we've seen since COVID-19, it could be that is due to the significant reduction in countries with high sovereign risk due to slower recovery in these countries. So specifically, we investigate whether high sovereign risk nations have received significantly lower investment from China than lower sovereign risk nations. So even when we finish that, I don't think that answers all our questions because China is still investing. You know, there are investment going into a few other countries. So we wanted to look at mitigating factors. So one of those factors is natural resources, which is has always been consistently positive in this literature. So because we know from the literature that a positive relationship exists between natural resources and natural resources to China and our investment in the host country. So we investigate whether the negative relationship between sovereign risk and OII, as the infrastructure investment, is weaker in resource-rich countries. So we also consider another factor, which is geopolitical alignment. We live in geopolitically tense moment, and we know that geopolitically aligned countries trade more with each other because it helps to reduce risk. So we also check whether this negative relationship of sovereign risk is weaker in geopolitically aligned host nations. Okay, for our empirical investigation, this is our dependent variable, the China's overseas infrastructure investment. We obtained the data from China Global Investment Tracker for 110 countries. And the period covered is 2013 to 2023. This is how we construct our independent variable. We use the sovereign credit ratings. So we take the average of the top three rating agencies, the S&P, Fitch, and Moody's. So we assign scores to each of these scores from AAA to D. So the highest score of 20 is for AAA, and the lowest score of 0 is for D. Then we take the average of the three for each country. Okay, this is, we employ a very standard DID model where our dependent variable is the log of China's overseas infrastructure investment. Then for the treated, we assign one to countries that with average sovereign credit ratings in the lowest 25%, because in this distribution, the lower the ratings, the higher the sovereign risk. So those in the lowest 25% is our treated countries. Then the post is the period between 2020 and 2023. We include some control variables, the host country's natural resources range, institutional quality, infrastructure. Then we separate trade openness to China from trade openness to the rest of the world because we wanted to capture the different effects and GDP growth rate. We also include time and host countries' regional fixed effect in the model. Okay, this is the first set of results. The results in column 1 is for the total OII, which is the China's overseas infrastructure investment. The variable that we are interested in is the top one, which is post-treated. So that tells us whether countries that have high sovereign risk have received lower infrastructure investment from China. And the coefficient of that is negative and is significant, which confirms our argument. Then the next two columns, we estimate for intensive and extensive margins. So the intensive margins is basically the size of investment, then the extensive margin is the number of investment. So both results are also negative and significant, suggesting that the reduction we've seen in column 1 applies to both the size and number of new investments. Then for the key control variables, I'm not sure I have the time to go through all of them, but they are honorable variables, okay. Okay, then for the mitigating factors, what we've done here is the resource-rich countries and non-resource-rich countries. Then we have countries that are geopolitically aligned with China and those that are not. So our resource-rich countries are those that derive at least 50% of their exports from natural resources. And as we can see in column 1 and 2, resource-rich country, the negative effect of sovereign risk is not significant. In other words, the post-treated coefficient is not significant in column 1. But when you look at column 2, you see that the one that I highlight up there, you see that is significant. So which suggests that in non-resource-rich country, the negative effects holds. The same analysis applied to geopolitically aligned and non-aligned countries. We can see that the aligned countries, the negative effect of sovereign risk is also not significant. But for non-aligned countries, that result is also significant. So for our measure of geopolitical alignment is based on how countries vote in the UN National Assembly. So in other words, that political proximity. So our aligned countries here are those in the top quarter of that distribution. So they are more closer to China in terms of their geopolitical affinity. Okay, this is a quick summary of the research. We find that high sovereign risk nations have received significantly lower infrastructure investment from China since COVID-19. And that effects apply to both size and number of new investments. Natural resources and geopolitical alignment mitigate that effect. So in terms of policy implications, we know that, well, it's good to have to use natural resources to attract investment from China, but we will advise that that has to be done with caution, because focusing on natural resources means other key sectors in the economy can be abandoned. And it also for policymakers to keep eye on their credit sovereign ratings or sovereign risk. And lastly, this sort of investment can bring a nation into geopolitical alignment, even if they were not there before, because the more this investment increase, then the more countries become aligned, and they have to understand that brings some negativity or vulnerability, especially smaller nations. Thank you.
Talked about, and so I probably will start with Yang. So we have actually we had a cancellation last night, so we should have one more, but let's do this very quickly. So Yang, I can see that you have been thinking quite a lot about the past pattern that we observed in terms of Chinese OFDI, and in this the context of today's conference. So I would like to ask you, what do you think about the role played by economic blocs? Let's say economic or geopolitical blocs, such as BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, maybe GCC as well, and ASEAN. Do you think in the context of this new level of geopolitical fragmentation, which area is going to be affected? And I forgot Africa. So Africa as well. So which area, but Africa is, is not, but which area do you think will be affected the most or will benefit the most either way?
Okay. I found it interesting in the talk in the very beginning by Colin, right? Made the point. I mean, it was really much focused on sort of my country first point of view, right? And the geopolitical fragmentation of that. And I agree that's one very important political development that we see in particular also in Europe and the United States. And if you ask me as someone, of course, studying China, for me, the fault lines, the main ones for geopolitical fragmentation is the US-China relationship and then / EU-China, maybe sort of as a side note. But that's what fuels that's the main source of geopolitical fragmentation from my point of view, from my sort of professional background. And that's not going to go away. Well, primarily US-China, but the West, as we call it, against China, I think is a key source of fragmentation. And a lot of that will continue. Now, who can benefit, who can lose out? And that's probably where I agree more with what was probably said in the past. It'll be complex. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, it seems you have one country benefiting, Vietnam, right? India seems to benefit somewhat, but it's complicated because that relationship is, again, with China is complex. And they also have some reservations about some Chinese investments and so on. So it's a complex, I think, a complex system. I think one group that might be quite benefiting from it is the Gulf Cooperation Council that you mentioned, because somehow they have found a new role now. They can do many things also on the not just economic side, but diplomatic side. They seem to me to come quite well out of the situation at the moment, but it remains complicated. Africa, I think, was mentioned as more inward looking. The opportunities more now what Africa can do in Africa, and I think that's very important. Whether it will become the next place for Chinese investments remains to be seen. I think some issues around having sufficiently attractive investment environments, Southeast Asia probably being having countries that have it easier to attract Chinese investment. So I think this is sort of to characterize it. I think Russia is not very important. They're staying away from Russia somewhat because it's not clear how the whole situation with Russia will play out in the future.
Also sanctions as well.
Yeah.
And, but further, have you finished?
Yes, I finished.
I have a more sensitive question. Do you think China is going to lose from this fragmentation battle?
Well, I think the problem for China,
reduce its investment in the next maybe a few years?
The problem for China is that it has in many ways benefited from the previous system. So I think it's not very happy, in fact, about the current system because it has benefited enormously from the previous system. I found also the interesting thing is that very little was talked about China, but China is a case of incredibly successful economic development. It's probably the most successful case of economic development. Not sure who is responsible, whether it's the international community as a whole, or whether it is China which did it on its own, but I actually don't think so. I think the environment, even the United States played an important role in supporting China to get to where it is now. So China is a huge beneficiary from the current system as it has been. And so I think it is personally not beneficial from China where it's heading, but it'll find its way. I mean, they're very flexible, they're very creative, innovative. So on technologies, being kept out of technologies could provide impetus for further innovation in China. So there could be benefits that we don't expect to happen happening anyway because China can deal with these challenges now.
Thank you. I think I understand what you, as an original Chinese, so I do see there are lots of rooms that China can play around, and it is still uncertain who is going to lose this, the whole investment fight. Jeffrey, so you well done for your presentation, actually. And so in that paper, actually, we found a very interesting thing. China, after COVID-19, China started to be responsive to host country sovereign risk. And that's the key message that we are. So based on this, do you think, or let's say focusing on host countries, I mean, they do need investment. It doesn't matter who is investing, but they need to attract more investment. Now, if China is aligned with the market rule, the system that they respond to country level sovereign risk, how do they, the host countries, what do they do to attract sufficient or not sufficient, much needed investment?
Okay, from China, right?
No, for host countries.
Okay.
No, from China or from in general.
Okay.
So host countries,
Yeah.
what do they do?
Okay, thank you. I think most of the time we always focus on the host country. Sometimes I think I don't want to sound political, but I think the problem is actually a bit beyond host country, because the way I say it, when you look at sovereign risk, you have to, first of all, ask why are these countries always in debt? Why are they in this cycle? Look at it this way. They have a very, they have narrow tax bases and very fragile revenue streams. Then they have these massive tax rates. So when you look at why those things are, you know that one, I'll highlight two things. First of all, why you have a lot of advanced countries able to have their loans in local currencies. These emerging and developing countries, they cannot. Their loans are always in foreign currency. That exposure cannot be removed from why they are where they are, because one, their currency is very not stable, and inflation can hit anytime. So as soon as that happens, then their interest rate increase. Then the second point I would like to highlight is market perception. You know, when you look at how sovereign risk is measured, you have two key elements: the level, the volume of debt, which we just explored. Then you have the market perception about that country. And that one always works against emerging and developing countries. Look at what happened during COVID-19. You have America, Germany, and the rest. They were able to, Germany was borrowing at the rate of 1%, America 3%. But do you know their debt level is over 100 of their GDP? When you look at developing nations, they have like 50 or 60 something. Then you have to wonder, why is it like that? Because emerging and developing countries, okay, all right. Emerging and developing countries are less likely to are more likely to default, and the reason they are more likely to default, they pay higher interest rate. And so the reason they pay higher interest rate is because of this market perception, even if they have small amount of loans, but the market perception. So for them, that is the external one. Then the internal one for the host nations, in terms of attracting more investment from China, just to add a little bit, I think that can come with finding a way to improve their bargaining position, which would be reducing their sovereign risk. And the best way they can do that is to try and find a way to make sure each project that is being financed is linked to a productive project, so that the revenue from that project can then finance the interest rate. So that improves their position. Yeah.
So I think we only have 4 a few minutes left, so probably we should open. But you see, you blame the lectures rather than the host countries. That's the way of answer my questions. Always find a way.
Because the position they are is this is a
That's
political,
okay. That's
very
okay.
political.
Yeah. I got you. I get it. So let's open the floor to the audience. So if you have any questions that are related to our three presentations, I would like to pick up maybe 2 or 3 questions. I saw first hand and second hand. So shall we go the first hand, please? So where, I do not know where is that, yeah.
That is not working.
That's okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
better. My name is Alexis Torrell. I work for Development Unlocked. Thank you for the presentation. During your research on FDI, China FDI to host countries, did you investigate the issue about local content and local content legislation and regulations in host countries? And if you did, what were your findings in terms of, the difficulty of aligning and complying with those local content regulations vis-a-vis, China needing to engage a local workforce and not necessarily bringing in their own workforce and their own supply chains, etc., and also had to do with obviously equity as well. So I'd be interested to understand if that was part of your research assignment. Thanks.
Is your question directed to me or for everybody? So Yang, maybe you should. Yeah, shall we take a, yes, here, please. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Anand. I'm a student from SOAS. My question is for Jeffrey. I think the session was more about FDIs from China, but then I also want to link it to some of the points made by previous speakers. You said there are various political reasons why these countries are in high sovereign risk. Some of the previous speakers have spoken about domestic resource mobilization, especially pension funds. So why is there a way the pension fund can co-finance some of the Chinese FDI? If that is one of the solutions, then why that is not happening? Because there is a general recognition that there is long-term patient capital available in the form of pension funds, but they're not being invested in productive investment. So why do you think that is? Is that also a political reason why a lot of these countries are in high sovereign debt risk? Thank you.
Do we have another question? We just pick 3 in total. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, it's unfortunate your work didn't extend to Africa. I think you're more focused on Europe. I would have been more interested to know what your views are on Africa, especially recently. China is negotiating zero tariff with African countries. I mean, what are the implications of such an agreement? I think it's something that we need to know. And then to you, your infrastructure, I also find it very interesting. But I wish to know the gap, an infrastructure gap, and whether Chinese FDI, what proportion is it filling? I mean, what impact is it making? Perhaps it would be good to touch on that as well. Thank you.
And when you say gap, infrastructure gap, what do you mean by that? Across countries?
Yeah, across countries, across regions. If he has that data, it would be interesting to know.
Yeah, so can we answer who is Yang? Do you want to start? Can I just respond to the gap issue? So in another project, actually, we did check, we calculate the gap between among actually host countries, between each pair. And then we do fund that Chinese infrastructure investments, such as the one we see in Africa, is actually working effectively, more effectively for the country that is, the gap is larger. So, and that makes sense from economic theory. And so we can go back to the question. Yang, you can take over another one.
I can try all of them if it's okay.
Yeah.
I have a go. I mean, local content, it's interesting. I'm not too familiar what the rules are in Africa. One thing that I just find interesting that China took a lot of advantage of local content, and I'm not sure if that's possible elsewhere. In particular, if China wasn't a member of many international institutions, inclusive of the WTO for a long time. And some say, well, that quite have benefited China, and it had more policy space to develop, right? That's just one thought on local content. But I think your point was about workforce, in fact, things like what China is doing. And what China is doing, as far as I understand, generalizing quite strongly, of course, is again this differentiation. So project finance, they are bringing in their own labor because their labor is the best in terms of building roads, railways, infrastructure. They're most efficient. They come in for projects, they build them, and they leave. But from FDI and manufacturing, that's why I differentiate the two. There's actually quite a lot of more local employment because of labor laws, but also immigration laws, but also because of developmental goals and labor costs, right? Okay. So I think that's sort of a differentiation there. Pension funds is an interesting one. I'm not sure if Chinese pension funds are advanced enough or have the capacity. Okay, but Chinese pension funds funding their projects now, co-funding projects in Africa, that's the problem there. With other pension funds, it would mean arranging the collaboration with Chinese investors, which I could believe might involve difficulties. Or I mean, that's the sort of partnership thing that needs to be worked out. We talked a lot about, but I think that there may be constraints there that would need to be worked through. And on Africa and the zero tariff, yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Geopolitical fragmentation has not much to do with FDI, but geopolitical fragmentation. One country moves itself, imposes tariffs, China comes in and fills the gap. And I think we'll see that more and more often. And that's a perfect example of it. Creates opportunities for Africa to import and export to China and import from China. But it is also, it intensifies trade dependence on China. I mean, the problem nowadays with China really is, and that's why the current system cannot continue. The problem really with China is it's trading everything. Very soon it'll trade everything. Nobody else will be producing anything anymore if things go on. And I think there the challenges are everywhere, but these challenges exist in Africa as well, because Africa wants to manufacture its own stuff and not import everything from China. So these are the things that then have to be worked out.
So to add one sentence to each. So for localization, I'm going to finish first. So for localization, I think the next step for Chinese investment will be localized. So to utilize the existing stock. So we found we have some other works on this, but there is some evidence. For pension funds, I think it requires the local capital market development as well. So if even Western pension funds do not even buy for the green bond, for example, there is no developed secondary market. So how do we expect them to buy Chinese investment? So we need a market. And the last bit is African. So but it's difficult to say whether or not Africa should now go outside to ask for money from other sources. So let's see what happens in the next a few years. But China has built up a lot of things in Africa. And that things, infrastructure investment is the fundamental. Maybe sometimes at this stage is more important than financing. So that's something that I think we should, I cannot really read any messages. So given the time, Jeffrey, shall we discuss maybe, off the stage here? So thank you very much for your patience. And I hope at least you got some insights, and we still, continue to perfect, to improve our work. So thank you very much. And thanks for your questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks very No worries. Thanks very much. This brings us to the end of today. And we had a fantastic keynote. Thank you very much, Colin. And you're still here. And we had a great policy panel and also an excellent research panel as well, which is very interesting observations and research about Chinese outward foreign direct investment. I think we should be thinking much more on this. So it brings to an end. So some of us, I think, will leave in a couple 20 minutes or so, I think, or 10 minutes. But I hope you will all come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, I think. And I've got a program here. Are we starting with the fireside chat or with the keynote? The fireside chat. Okay. So we're starting at 9:30. We started at 9:30, not at 10 o'clock, because there's going to be a fire alarm at 10:30, and it's a one where we have to take seriously, so we need to leave. So we have to 10:30 till 11 o'clock. We have a little break, and the fire alarm will go at 10:30. So that's why we have the keynote at 9:30. So you can come here at 9 o'clock or so, and there will be something to eat and drink, I think, in the morning. So thank you so much for being here this day. Been really fantastic. Thank you for your contributions, and then see some of you later, and all of you tomorrow morning. Thank you.